Police have just released dash cam footage of the shooting involving Philando Castile. Now, of course, Philando Castile was the man who was shot and killed by Jeronimo Yanez. And he was the individual who told Yanez that he had a licensed gun in the car, and then that led to a shooting. And of course, the police officer that was involved in this shooting was basically found not guilty by a jury. And so it's been a big story, but one thing that we've never seen is that dash cam footage. What really happened? It seemed to be a little bit of he said, she said in this situation, or he said in this situation. But with the video, we now have a clear idea of how the shooting went down. I want to just warn you guys that it is difficult to watch. It is graphic. But with that said, I think it's important for you to see, everything that's out there regarding this case, and then make your own decision as to what you think. Take a look.
You have a license and insurance? Sir, I have to tell you, I do have a firearm on me. Don't reach for it then. Don't pull it out. Don't pull it out. Don't pull it out! Don't move! Fuck! Oh man, fuck! Oh my god! Don't move! Don't move! Oh my god, I'm shaking! Don't move! Don't move, baby! Code 3! Get the baby girl out of here! Fuck! Don't move! Babe, please. Fuck!
Okay, so here's what the video clarified for me. I was under the assumption that, and based on how this story was reported multiple times, that he was asked for his ID, and that was when he was reaching for his ID and he got shot then. But he had actually given the documentation to the cop before this happened, before the shooting happened. So he gives the documentation to the cop and then calmly says, which you could see in that video, I have to let you know, I have a licensed gun in the car. And he says, okay, well, don't reach for it. And I'm not sure if you guys heard it, but at that point, Philando Castile says something along the lines of, I'm not reaching for it. And then immediately the shooting happens. So you don't see what's happening in the car, obviously, but I just want to clarify everything so people know the context of the situation.
My understanding from reading about the trial was that, and you see there, the handing over, is that he handed over the proof of insurance.
Yes, he did.
He handed over the proof of insurance and had not yet handed over ID.
Oh, I see.
But he'd already handed over proof of insurance. And I'm not, cops, it's a dangerous job, but I mean, they'd already begun the peaceful exchange of information when you get pulled over by a cop. He had handed over his proof of insurance.
Right.
And then I think I'm guessing now, had to reach for his ID when he thought, I'm gonna tell you that there's a gun in the car. And the bottom line is the same thing it was when the verdict came out on Thursday. He did everything you're supposed to do. I mean, when you hear about black mothers and black fathers telling their kids how to behave, Ida Rodriguez says it to her, so she's scared every time he goes out. I'm pointing at you, Kim, because she was sitting in that seat on Friday. That she's scared every time and gives very careful instructions of what to do. If Philando Castile had never said he had a gun in the car and had just gotten his ID out, he might well still be alive today. But he thought that was the right thing to do because maybe the ID was where the gun was.
Yeah.
However it comes out, he did exactly what he was supposed to do. Everything that he was supposed to do, and he still ended up getting killed.
Why is that the first move to just start shooting? Isn't there another method you could have used?
Well,
isn't there one of literally several other methods you could have used?
Right. I mean, so that is, a common theme that we see with a lot of these stories where cops seem to have, non-lethal weapons at their disposal, and for some reason they don't immediately go to those weapons. They immediately go to guns, which is interesting because, again, and I've said this multiple times before, in the past, the big story was that cops are overusing tasers, and they were using it on individuals who had heart conditions, and even though it's considered non-lethal, in some rare cases, people did die because of the tasers. And that was the big story. That was the police brutality story that made headlines, I don't know, 5-6 years ago. And now maybe it's because of the transparency that we have with all these cell phone videos and, you know, live social media videos. We have an understanding of how often lethal weapons are used. And it just all happened too quickly, right? Yep. So he calmly tells the cop, I have to tell you, I have a licensed gun in the car. And again, we didn't show you the full video just because we don't have time to show you the full video. But you should watch the full video because their interaction prior to the shooting was calm.
Totally calm.
Totally calm, totally
escalated
fine.
so quickly, almost out of nowhere.
Well, you know, and it's because, look, it's because the cop thought, one of the reasons for the escalation is the cop pulled him over because he thought he looked like a suspect in a robbery or a string of robberies, or I don't know, the string of robberies, but a robbery that had happened nearby. I still want to see a side by side of if they ever caught that guy, because I bet he doesn't look like Philando Castile. But he was black and he was young and he was in a car. How you reconcile that the robber you wanted was with a woman and small child who you tragically saw get out of the other car.
Other side of the car.
The other side, the other officer who ran away from the bullets came back to get the kid. I'm not saying you shouldn't run away from the bullets. But again, it's a slight evidence of what humans do when they're shooting. They run away, so you know, I'm not black, so I don't have standing here, but I am a human, and I did see, you know, you see the reaction of the cop. The cop started to cry in the middle of that,
right?
And that cop didn't want to shoot him, right? He did not want to shoot him. And that guy obviously didn't want to get shot. Nobody wanted that to happen. So the conviction, which I understand means a lot to a lot of people, and understandably, I understand why he wasn't convicted. I love that the prosecutor took the case and made the case that no reasonable person under those circumstances would have discharged their weapon. That's what the prosecution maintained. The defense, it's not that hard to defend a cop who uses his weapon and says that they feared for their life. It's because the law is written in such a way that it's a pretty easy defense. That cop feared for his life. The problem is, how do we change that cop feared for his life?
Right.
How do we make it so that interaction, the reason I can't go in with a taser is because they thought he was pulling over a robbery suspect and you don't go in with a taser. But how do we change those interactions so that he's not terrified going in, and so that he's not so quick? And if you change the law, if it becomes easier to convict police officers, some cops are gonna quit. They're gonna leave the force. They're gonna think this job is too dangerous for me to have my hands tied. And I understand that, right? But if we're gonna give people guns in the name of the state and allow them to use them, we have got to have incredibly tight controls over the use of those weapons. To me, leaving out law, leaving out just instinctive human reaction, I think that guy lost his head too quickly. No question.
Yeah.
No question. A lot of other ways to go there. But he lost it, and it's clearly impossible to convict a cop in this country of that. So the law needs to be changed. The training needs to be changed. That whole interaction needs to start from a different place. And then, only then, I think maybe we see a reduction in these awful situations.
I think that you make a really great point there. And you know, one thing that I want to add is, look, yes, the onus is on police departments throughout the country, but I want to address something else that keeps coming up with these stories that I think is problematic, right? And it's, you know, society's reaction to it and this comfort that people have with demonizing innocent individuals who have been shot and killed by cops, right? And so something interesting came across on social media yesterday that I wanted to just quickly draw attention to. There was a black activist who posted something about Otto Warmbier. He was the 22-year-old who was detained in North Korea. He was sent back and he was suffering from a coma when he was sent back. And unfortunately, tragically, he was pronounced dead yesterday. Now, the black activist wrote about it on social media and said something about how, well, he shouldn't have done, you know, any criminal activity in North Korea. I mean, taking down that banner was criminal activity. So essentially antagonizing Warmbier for his actions in North Korea, but it wasn't meant seriously. It was meant to draw similarities or comparisons between the way, you know, white people are unjustly murdered and how black people are unjustly murdered. When it comes to black individuals, for some reason, people feel absolutely no problem demonizing them, picking them apart, assuming that they're thugs, talking about, the amount of marijuana in their system. By the way, guess who smokes marijuana? Pretty much everyone. That doesn't give cops or anyone else the ability to run around shooting people because they might have marijuana in their system, right? But we have no problem demonizing certain groups of people who have been shot and killed. But if someone posts something about Otto Warmbier, who's a 22-year-old white guy who, by the way, tragically was murdered and should not have died, and no one should ever make excuses for any type of murder, right? But if anyone makes the same type of argument about Otto, well, then people are up in arms and they're angry about it, right? And that individual got criticized quite a bit for posting that, but he was making a political point.
And people should get mad at that.
Yeah.
But abstractly, not given. I didn't get that guy's point at all, but I just read it and I was like, oh well, you got yourself in trouble for that.
Right.
But I didn't get it. You're right. I'm glad you pointed that out because we do it all the time. We did it with Mike Brown. People try, but here's the deal. Good luck doing it with Philando Castile.
Right.
He did every goddamn thing right. Everything right. He let the police know there was a gun in the car that he was legally allowed to carry. This was a guy, by the way, and Philando Castile, tragically, I think this is right. I hope this is right. I've certainly read it on social media, and I think read it at the time of his killing. He was a professional get stopped by police while driving. He'd been stopped more than 40 times. The number 46 is what's in my head. 46 times that guy had been pulled over by police. 46 times.
I know.
Right? Either he's the worst driver in the history of Minnesota, or that guy just gets pulled over a lot because he's black. So he knew how to get pulled over. He was careful. His girlfriend's 4-year-old kid was in the car. He handed over the insurance. He didn't have the license right away. He warned the cop about the gun, and damn it, the guy still got it. It's terrible. It's hideous. It's not about whether to me, but I don't have the standing for it, so I get it. You're outraged about the conviction, or the lack of conviction. You have every right to be. But to me, the point is we have got to change the training and the system and the law immediately, right now, so that there are 10 of these a year and not 900 of these a year.
It's more than that, though. I mean, like Anna said, that's so well-intentioned and so right to do, but if we as a society just look at people and just are so quick to throw, oh, well, they're bad, they've done bad things, they're criminals, that's a problem with us. That's more than that.
A lack of empathy.
We have to, when we look at Black Lives Matter and people go, oh, that's a hate group, oh, it's terrible. All they're saying is, we're human, stop killing us, we bleed, we're just like you. Stop pretending we don't matter.
You don't like ads? Well, I hear you, brother. Did you know that you can become a Young Turks member, get the full 2-hour show every day on demand, plus so many other network shows, all ad-free for just $10 a month? Give it a shot right now. TYTnetwork.com/join. Yet another day, yet another African-American shot, killed by police, appears to be completely innocent. So it actually drives me crazy that we have to say appears. Because after every one of these folks who are killed, immediately the press goes into overdrive. Have they ever committed any crime? If so, they had it coming, right? What's your inference? What's your inference? In this case, it drives me crazy that I have to say this about dead people, the people who are victims. He didn't do anything wrong. He has no criminal record. Even his girlfriend who taped the incident keeps telling the cops, he's not a gang member, we're innocent. You shouldn't have to say that, but if you're black in America, you got to tell the cops, hey, I know you're assuming that I'm guilty, but I'm actually innocent. But they shot and killed him anyway. In this case, it's Philando Castile. This is in Falcon Heights outside of St. Paul. And no, this is not the Alton Sterling story. That was yesterday. This is another guy on another day. So he's gets pulled over by the cops. The girlfriend explains in the videos, she started screaming right after he was shot. I'm going to show you the videos here. And she explains they were pulled over for a taillight that wasn't working. Wow. Yeah, that seems like a big infraction. So now she tapes after he got shot, but you will hear the description of what happened at that very moment. You'll see him bleeding here. And he died. So if you're uncomfortable with that, don't watch this. But I got to tell you, and we got to show you, it's our job to show you what's actually happening in America. So here's the beginning of that incident as she started taping after the shooting.
Stay with me. We got pulled over for a busted tail light in the back. And the police just, he's covered. They killed my boyfriend. He's licensed, he's licensed to carry. He was trying to get out his ID and his wallet out his pocket, and he let the officer know that he had a firearm and he was reaching for his wallet, and the officer just shot him in his arm. We're waiting for a back. I will, sir. No worries. I will. He just shot his arm off. We got pulled over on Larpener.
I told him not to reach for it. I told him to get his hand out of it.
You told him to get his ID, sir, and his driver's license. Oh my God, please don't tell me he's dead. Please don't tell me my boyfriend just went like that.
Keep your hands where they are, please.
Yes, I will, sir. I'll keep my hands where they are. Please don't tell me this, Lord. Please, Jesus, don't tell me that he's gone. Please don't tell me that he's gone. Please, officer, don't tell me that you just did this to him. You shot 4 bullets into him, sir. He was just getting his license and registration, sir.
It hasn't quite hit her yet. You'll see at the end of the video that she understands the severity of the situation later, because she thought he got shot 4 times in the arm. No, he was bleeding out there. And so now he's licensed to carry. A responsible gun owner who exercised their Second Amendment rights tells an officer that they have a weapon that they're licensed to carry. Right there on the spot, it's not like she had time to make up anything. Right there on the spot, she says that's exactly what he did. In fact, that's why the cop shot him. Oh, you got a weapon. Oh, you're licensed to carry it. I asked you to show me ID. Oh, you're going to reach for ID? Well, you're a black guy. You don't have those same Second Amendment rights. You scared the bejesus out of me. So the minute I see anything happen, you told me you have a legal gun? All I heard was, black guy, gun, I'm going to put you down. So now that cop is freaking out. You can tell. And he's like, I told him to put his hands up. No, you told him to reach for his ID. And he told you, I have a weapon. I'm not going for it. I'm getting you my ID. And you shot him anyway. You see, this is my point. People think that if you're, the only way that this is an issue about race is if that guy, whoever he happens to be, in this case, he's apparently Asian, and he has to be white. This is what they think it has to be for it to be about race. He has to be white. It has to be a black person. And that white cop has to think, I hate all black people. I can't wait to shoot one. Oh, there's one. I'll shoot one. That's not how it works. It's an unconscious bias for most people. And by the way, it even applies to black cops. So what we're trying to tell you is for a lot of white people, and you saw it immediately on social media yesterday and today, oh, there's no racism, there's no racism, don't accuse me of being racist. No, listen, guys, just calm down for a second. We're not accusing you of being racist. We're telling you that there's an unconscious bias, and it's proven in every study. And so cops are trained, and they show, in video simulators, they show a white guy and a black guy. Cops not having anything to do with race, they just think that they're being trained, shoot the black guy more often, and they shoot him quicker. Because there's an unconscious bias of the black guy, by definition, is a threat. You know how the NRA talks about a good guy with a gun? That's all you need. Well, this guy was a good guy with a gun. He was a cafeteria supervisor at a local school, at a Montessori school. Good guy with a gun, licensed, tells the officer, but oh, they forgot to add good guy, good white guy with a gun. Because then he's a patriot and he's exercising his constitutional rights. But when it's a black guy, the unconscious bias kicks in. Because, oh my God, he's dangerous, dangerous. My whole life, all of society has told me black people are dangerous, dangerous, dangerous. Now, the reality is, because the cops have that in their head, you know who's actually dangerous? Cops are dangerous. Alton Sterling yesterday was the 135th black man killed by cops this year. Now, Philando Castile is number 136. Did someone get killed in between the time we prepared the show and are airing it live, or you're watching it? Well, the odds are maybe. There's actually a pretty decent chance. It's nearly one a day now. You've got to have better training. We can't have the cops thinking everything's a threat. I've been trained. Everything's a threat. Anything can pop up at any moment and kill me, and I got to get home. I got to get home. The only thing I care about is my well-being, right? And I've got this unconscious bias. And by the way, let's not kid ourselves. For some people, it's a conscious bias. But I'm giving people the benefit of the doubt and saying for most, it is unconscious bias, no matter what race you are. In studies in places like New York, sometimes African-American citizens in that city say they're more worried about African-American cops. African-American cops sometimes abuse them more. Why? They have the same unconscious bias built into the entire society, plus they got to prove themselves, right? They got to say, okay, yeah, watch this. I'm going to be even tougher on these guys because of the training and the culture created by the police departments. You've got to change the culture. All right, I've got more on that. But unfortunately, there's more from the video that you've got to see. So now here's from the middle of it, again, the girlfriend reacting here.
Get the female passenger out.
Man, exit the car right now with your hands up. Let me see your hands. Exit now. Keep them up. Keep them up. Face
Where's my
away
daughter?
from me.
You got my daughter?
Face away from me and walk backwards. Walk backwards towards me. Keep walking.
Keep walking. Keep walking. Keep walking. Get on your knees. Get on your knees.
So there was a 4-year-old in the car. Now, thank God they'd taken her out of the car before the shooting. And you can see one of the cops holding her in the background. You start to hear her cry. In the last video, she's going to come back in a second. But I don't know what you guys are thinking watching that video. Here's what I'm thinking. For God's sake, get him some help. He's dying. Don't worry about, again, obsessed with, I don't want any safety risks. No. I'm going to just keep pointing the gun at him. He's bleeding out. He's about to die. I'm pointing the gun at him, And his girlfriend, well, she's black too. And by the way, it doesn't really matter because everything's a threat. She's a threat. So I'm not going to really get him any help. I'm not going to do CPR. I'm not going to help him out of the car. I'm going to be worried about me as usual because I've been trained as a cop. The only person that matters is me. To protect and to serve, that's a goddamn joke. We don't serve you. We serve ourselves. So no, I'm not going to help him. He's dying. You just shot him and probably killed him. God damn it, help him. Nope. Hey, the other black person in the car, make sure you get out. Make sure that I'm safe. Get on your knees. And even though I just probably killed your boyfriend right in front of you, but we got to make sure we got to handcuff you and make sure that you're not a threat to us because you don't exist in the world. The only person that exists in the world are cops. They're the only ones who get to go home. Now, the last part of this video, the girlfriend's inconsolable, understands that her boyfriend's probably died. And listen to the 4-year-old in the back.
You're innocent, my 4-year-old. Can you tell you about it?
I'll talk to my supervisor.
It's right there. It's on the floor. It's right
Can you
there.
just stand right here, sweetie? I'm just going to take your mom's handcuffs off. Yep, I'll take care of that, okay? Can you just stand right here for me?
Stay right here.
Go ahead and stand up.
Well, yeah, I feel what you're saying.
Okay.
Come here, Dada.
Okay. Is that your fault?
We in the back seat of the police car. I can't really do shit because they got me handcuffed.
It's okay, Mommy.
I can't believe they just did this. I'm fucking fine. Ah!
It's okay, I'm right here with you.
Don't do this to people, man. Don't do it to them. And if that doesn't break your heart, there's something wrong with you. That guy didn't do anything wrong. Right now, the NRA should be screaming from the rooftops. How dare jackbooted thugs of the government do this to Second Amendment, cherishing Americans? I haven't heard anything from the NRA. I heard from that 4-year-old. So, look, you heard some of the cops being decent to her in the beginning there, to the 4-year-old. But don't handcuff the mom. I know your stupid goddamn procedure. Hey, look, even though I just murdered her boyfriend for no goddamn reason, I'm going to handcuff her. Why? Decency is not paramount. Saving his life is not paramount. my safety is paramount. So even though I appear to be massively in the wrong and I'm letting him die on the ground right there, I'm going to handcuff his girlfriend and put her in the back of a police car and have her 4-year-old see all that, because what if she pulls out a nail clipper? What if? We cannot take any danger at all with the cops' well-being ever. But we can take all of the risks that we want with your life, especially if you're black. I can take 100% risk with your life. In order to avoid 1% risk for me, I will end your life. And I won't think twice about it. And what is one of the reasons they're not thinking twice about it? Well, who is going to try them? The investigation is going to be done by local cops who are their friends, and the people deciding whether they're going to charge them are local prosecutors who are also their friends, who they work with every day. And they will be tried in front of a judge who they also see on a regular basis. No. That's got to end. Every police shooting should go to the federal level so that you don't have this obvious conflict of interest where a bunch of friends get together and they said, yeah, it's okay to kill all those people and disproportionately black. Who cares? Who cares? You're free to go. You're free to go. They get off, and overwhelmingly, over 90% of the time, cops who do shootings get off. So, and by the way, those are the people that a lot of them are charged. So if it was a justified shooting, they don't get anywhere near charged. But even if you're charged, you're a cop. You must be above the law, above reproach. Who thinks cops are reliable witnesses now? How many times have we seen them lying? How many times have we seen them kill people like this? We're sick of it. All right, last thing. Again, for the people screaming that it's not about race, I'll show you later in the program, I'll show you in another clip, I've got endless number of white people pointing guns, handling guns right next to cops, pointing guns right at cops. They never get shot. It's not that a white guy's never been shot by a cop. Of course they are, right? But do blacks get shot disproportionately? Yes. Even when they're armed? Unarmed? Yes. Unarmed black men are 5 times as likely to get shot as unarmed white men. You think all that's a coincidence? No, the only reason you would think that is because you don't care about the problem. And you've got some sort of guilt that you think we're calling you racist. So you say, no, in order to avoid me feeling guilty, I won't solve this problem. And I'll have more 4-year-olds crying like that and trying to console their moms. And I'll have more innocent people like that killed. What do I care? They don't look like me. I don't empathize with them. That's what you're saying when you say this isn't important. This is very important. Black lives have not mattered. They didn't matter in that case. That's why you have a thing called Black Lives Matter. We've got to fix this, man. If it's not heartbreaking to you, you're monstrous. And so I don't care about your opinion on this. All of the rest of us decent human beings in this country who care about other citizens, who care about our fellow human beings, we have got to fix this now. You've got to stop training the cops to shoot at everything because the only thing that matters in the world is their own well-being. No, they're supposed to protect and serve us. They're supposed to be peace officers. Do they look like peace officers to you?
A Minnesota police officer who shot and killed Philando Castile back in July 6th of 2016 has not been convicted of manslaughter. After 27 total hours of deliberation, the jury eventually found him not guilty of involuntary manslaughter. Now, if you don't remember anything about this case, it did happen last year, and Officer Geronimo Yanez pulled over Castile in Falcon Heights, a suburb near Minneapolis and St. Paul, and the officer later said he thought Castile matched the description of a suspect in a recent robbery. Prosecutors ended up charging him with second-degree manslaughter in November, a felony, saying that no reasonable officer would have used deadly force in the same situation. He was also charged with 2 felony counts of intentionally discharging the gun. So he did end up shooting Castile, and what made the story so outrageous was the fact that Philando Castile was a licensed gun owner. During this routine, it wasn't even a routine traffic stop, he was never suspected of a robbery. He was not the suspect at all. But since he fit the description, he was pulled over. He let the officer know, I am a licensed gun owner. There is a gun in the car. And I just want to let you know so there's no problem, right? I'm paraphrasing. I don't know exactly how he said it. And at that point, the cop told him to get his license out. And as he was reaching for his license, that's when the cop shot him 7 times. Now, the video that we're about to show you was filmed by his girlfriend who was in the car, along with her 4-year-old daughter who was in the backseat. Her name is Diamond Reynolds. She started filming a Facebook Live video after the shooting occurred. And it gives you a better sense of what the scene was like. Let's go to video number 1.
Stay with me. We got pulled over for a busted tail light in the back. And the police just, he's covered. He killed my boyfriend. He's licensed, he's licensed to carry. He was trying to get out his ID and his wallet out his pocket, and he let the officer know that he had a firearm and he was reaching for his wallet, and the officer just shot him in his arm. We're waiting for a back. I will, sir. No worries. I will. He just shot his arm off. We got pulled over on Larpener.
I told him not to reach for it. I told him to get his hand out.
You told him to get his ID, sir, and his driver's license. Oh my God, please don't tell me he's dead. Please don't tell me my boyfriend just went like that.
Keep your hands where they are, please.
Yes, I will, sir. I'll keep my hands where they are. Please don't tell me this, Lord. Please, Jesus, don't tell me that he's gone. Please don't tell me that he's gone. Please, officer, don't tell me that you just did this to him. You shot 4 bullets into him, sir. He was just getting his license and registration, sir.
So the jury did deliberate on this case, and again, they found him not guilty of involuntary manslaughter. Just to give you some more details into how the case played out, one of his colleagues was there with him. He never pulled out a gun. He never shot anyone. However, he did testify that he felt that Yanez followed protocol in the situation and did the right thing. And also, the defense was that Yanez felt threatened. He felt that there was an imminent threat, and as a result, he decided to fire 7 shots. Anyway, so you guys chime in.
First of all, this is just another one, and the tragic thing about this, like you said, when you had to review the story, it happens so much that you have to say, oh, which black guy got killed by a cop? Now you have a situation, there's so much here. You have a situation that shows, first of all, if you're black, you look like a suspect.
Yeah.
Period. It doesn't matter, tall, small, big, whatever. You're black, you're in a white suburb, you look like a suspect. Then and right away, you're the most threatening thing the officer's ever seen. I mean, these are police officers. They're not untrained people. They, in other words, like, I'm a big black person. I may scare the average person for no reason, but just because I'm bigger than them. But a police officer's trained to subdue people, to deal with situations. The other thing is, and this shows that when people talk all this crap about compliance and rights and so on, it doesn't apply to black people.
It doesn't, because
this is a guy who, he was licensed to carry a gun. He said, I'm licensed to carry a gun. There's a gun in the car. He complied with, he said, get your license. So he went for his license, and the cop shot him 7 times, and he's a threat to me. Now, if you're standing outside of a car and the person is sitting in the car, how are they a threat to you? Like, what? You know what I mean? Like, there's physically, what can they do to you? But it doesn't matter. These cases are getting to the point now, and I don't mean this as a joke. I mean this as pain and outrage and anger, that when the cop shoots the person, just give the date of the acquittal. Don't even bother, like, this is when he's going to court and this is when he'll be acquitted. Every time, it's the same, it's always the same story. The person was threatening, he had superhuman strength, he blah, 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 blah. They fill in the blanks.
Yeah.
It's the same thing over and over, and right now, trust me, as we're talking, there's someone over on Fox News saying what a threat this was and how this guy didn't comply and so on. And you heard the cops still yelling after he killed him.
And still holding his gun, pointing his gun at him and yelling as he's literally dying in that car right in front of his girlfriend, Diamond Reynolds, and their 4-year-old daughter. And by the way, just this complete lack of consideration for human life, right? It's not only Castile in that car, there's a 4-year-old girl in the back seat. And just to give you details on what happened with that situation, according to the complaint, one of Yanez's bullets actually went through the driver's seat and hit the back seat. Reynolds' daughter was sitting in the car seat on the other side of the car, thankfully. Another bullet hit the armrest between Castile and Reynolds. And so it's just, again, this lack of consideration for human lives, right? And to give you even more context, think about the fact that Castile was just one of 963 people who police officers fatally shot in 2016, okay? And so, yes, this disproportionately impacts certain communities like the African American community. However, it impacts every single one of us if we continuously embolden this type of behavior. And I don't know how anyone can watch that video and not have empathy. I can't watch that video. I actually literally can't look at that video. I have to look down because I don't want to come back in tears while I'm, trying to do, responsible commentary on the story. It's just, there's no justice, and it's not just this story. It's Tamir Rice, 12-year-old playing with a toy gun, gets shot within 2 seconds of a police officer showing up to the park. Walter Scott literally running away. He's not posing an imminent threat to the cop, gets shot in the back, and he gets, there's no justice in that case either. I don't know what to say, which is why all of these, solutions of body cams isn't good enough for me, because obviously footage doesn't convince the jury. Nothing convinces the jury.
Well, the good thing there's nothing good about this in the end, but he got charged. Most often they don't get charged. The prosecutor made a good faith effort, recognized that does make it stand out. As it says here, officers are rarely charged at all for fatal on-duty shootings, right? I mean, usually we find what happened in Ferguson is the case. This guy got charged. So there was some chance that he would get convicted. But the law makes it pretty clear that if a police officer basically says the words, I felt threatened, right?
That's right.
Then it becomes incredibly difficult. At the end of this piece that we're using here, convictions in Freddie Gray, 3 officers, all of them acquitted. Then they just gave up on the other 3 because they knew they weren't going to get it. Mistrials were declared last year in 2 other trials in high-profile shootings. South Carolina, you mentioned Michael Slager, who was acquitted, where the jury was hung, the state trial in Charleston. Thankfully, because there were federal charges filed in that case, there could conceivably be federal charges filed here, I suppose. But federal charges were filed in that case, and he's going to prison. And he may go to prison for a long time. We don't know.
For a violation of civil rights.
For a violation of civil rights.
That's what they charge you with. And you're being nice. You're being kind of politically correct on this one. When you talk about it's difficult to get a conviction. No, it's impossible. It doesn't happen.
Right, that's fair.
In Tulsa, you had an officer who was next to one officer who used a taser, right? And this man had his hands up. He was a distance away from her, far enough away that he would have to run to touch her. In other words, it wasn't like where I'm sitting to you, where I could actually reach over and grab. And she killed him and said, I felt threatened.
Right. You're right, man.
So it's not that it's difficult. Now, when you talk about federal charges, well, now we have a different administration, and we have Jeff Sessions as the Attorney General. So you can guarantee there will be no federal charges.
That's right. You're right.
Violating the civil rights. When I said that,
I wasn't even thinking. You're right.
It's just not going to happen. So it's open season, and this is why when you have someone like a Colin Kaepernick, who is a high-profile, football quarterback who speaks out again, they're like, "What's he talking about? This, it's like you said it, Anna. There's zero empathy. There's zero understanding, because if these people who are so, I don't know, I'm not even going to call it pro-police, because 98% of the police do a good job, so it's not about that. But the people who refuse to believe that this happens, they can't comprehend that being their son or their boyfriend or their father or their, somebody that they actually know, because then it becomes real.
Well, let me just, because I disagree with one thing. I think you're right, and we did a story yesterday on the elimination under the Sessions Justice Department of consent decrees, which basically means there's no court oversight for violations in police departments of civil rights, and more importantly, even though it's hard to imagine anything more important than that, in voting rights cases for disenfranchising. They're just, if a state did it for decades, then the Justice Department now, well, you told us you're going to stop, and we'll just trust you that you're going to do it. So you're totally right. Where I disagree with you is you guys saying that there's no understanding and empathy. I think there might well be understanding and empathy. My hunch is that at the point we finally talk to those 12 jurors who acquitted him, they're going to say, we ached for it. I wish we could have convicted it, which means that if this is ever going to change, the law has to change. There has to be, first you have to change the training of police officers so that they don't go into that situation presuming that this is the guy. First of all, I would love to see a side-by-side of if they ever caught that robbery suspect.
Just a quick point to that, by the way. In regard to training, I also want proper vetting of police officials. And I'm not just talking about background checks and things like that. If you are a cop who's easily afraid by people, then you shouldn't be a cop. If you immediately feel threatened just because an individual is black or an individual says that he's licensed to carry and he's warning you ahead of time, you shouldn't be a cop. If you think everything around you is an imminent threat and you're living in a constant state of paranoia, you shouldn't be a cop. There are lots of great cops out there who are brave, who are courageous, right, and who deserve to be cops. But there are also some cops out there who are afraid of everything, who are paranoid, and clearly have certain biases.
Well, you're right. And so we need to, that somehow in this country needs to get fixed, and it needs to get fixed smartly, and it needs to get fixed soon. It's not happening, obviously, in this current climate that we're in right now. But if the law were different, if it wasn't enough to say, I was afraid for my life when there's no video. I mean, Walter Slager ended up, not Walter Slager, sorry, what's Slager? Michael Slager. Walter Scott was the innocent man he killed. There's video of the actual shooting. If she'd been rolling on her Facebook thing 20 seconds earlier, we might be in a different situation. But if you change the law and change the training, we might be in a somewhat different situation, a generation from now.
But Ben, the video doesn't matter, because there've been numerous videos. We've seen the video.
Samir Rice, Walter Scott, I mean.
I can't breathe. I can't breathe. And if there's 6 cops on top of you, what more video proof do you need? I have a friend who's an officer, and she and I have talked about this, and she said that the big problem is, when you talk about people being feared, a lot of cops are bullies. And this they get licensed to be a bully. And she said police need to be more professional. In her department where she works, you have to have a college degree to be a police officer. And she said, one of the things that happens when you go to college is you're exposed to a lot of different people. So speaking to your point of dealing with other communities, just that experience opens your mind to there are other people. But it's also, she said that in some police departments where you take a high school kid and you send him to training for 6 weeks, and you give him a gun and send him out on the street, something bad's gonna happen. Whereas in her department, so the police should be professionals. They should be professionals, and that's what it's gonna, because this happened. This is routine. Sadly, this is routine. We've all, Jen and I talked about it for years, and we don't know. We've never been affected by it in the way that JR, who's here, has, and I presume the way that you have. But yeah, college degree and money. Like, make it a college degree and then pay them well, and make it a worthwhile 20, 25 years that you could put in, because nobody here is going to deny that it's a difficult job and that it's a stressful job. But man, to Anna's point, you got to be able to handle that stress in a professional way. And I know it wears you down, and I know we read about it again and again, that guys come in idealistic, and 3-4 years later, A, the system, and B, the ugly circumstances that they see day after day after day wears them down. So there are ways for that too. You mandate psychological counseling. In addition to me paying them $80,000 a year and making sure that they have a college degree, you get 10 weeks off. I don't know, you get time to cool down and blow. I don't know what it is.
Mandatory self-care, right?
Right. But we gotta, because you're right. We saw it coming. And maybe you're right. Maybe if that video had been rolling 20 seconds later, maybe it wouldn't have made any difference. But it is significant that with Michael Slager, where we saw a gun discharged, And in federal court, his lawyer knew, everybody knew this is going to be a different case when we get into federal court. And it's a civil rights case and not a case where just saying, hey, I was scared is going to be enough.
What's in TYT membership? Not going to tell you. Only one way to find out. tytnetwork.com/join.
More information is coming out regarding Philando Castile's driving record. Now, Philando Castile was the man in St. Paul who was shot and killed by police after he revealed to a cop that he had a licensed gun in his vehicle. And then, according to a Facebook Live video that his girlfriend did at the time, she alleged that as he was reaching for his wallet, the cop shot him, thinking that he might have been reaching for his gun. Okay, so that case obviously will undergo an investigation. But what's interesting is he has absolutely no criminal record whatsoever. Usually when these stories break out, right-wingers will scour records to see whether or not this individual has anything on their criminal record. He had nothing. However, an investigation of his driving record turned up some really interesting information. So according to the Huffington Post, Philando Castile had been accused by police more than 50 violations in the 2 counties that encompass the suburb of Falcon Heights where he got shot, a record that stretches back to when he was 19. The dozens of citations were for minor infractions that included speeding, improperly displaying a license plate, and driving without proof of insurance. Nearly half of those charges were eventually dismissed outright. So the reason why this is important to bring up is because it shows that there is a disproportionate amount of attention focused on black drivers, okay? And again, nearly half of those so-called citations were dismissed because there was no wrongdoing, right?
So I got to step in here because I think if you've never experienced this, it's almost unbelievable to you. Like I think a lot of people will look at that, certainly those in the right wing, but even people who aren't in the right wing go, well, 50 citations, you know? First of all, understand, none of it was anything approaching criminality. It's citations like you get a traffic ticket, you didn't stop at the stop sign enough, etc. But it's not just that. It's not like he's some sort of reckless driver. Another person today in the news, coincidentally, it's not coincidental because of all these issues that are out, a WNBA player on the Lynx was saying, hey, we've got to do something here, get justice. And she told her story in a press conference, and she said, look, I get stopped all the time. And she's not even male, right? But she's African American. Oh, you have out-of-state license plates. I had out-of-state license plates here in LA for 13 years. Oh my God. Okay, never got pulled over for it. Never, okay? It's an excuse to pull certain people over. She says she got pulled over for an air freshener. Wow. Because there's something hanging in your thing. I don't know if it's legal or not. Well, I'm going to pull you over. So guys, just because it doesn't happen to you doesn't mean that it doesn't happen. So for African Americans in this country, this is what they experience over and over and over again. And by the way, that'll make you late to work. That'll put more fines on you. All these things that you've got to overcome. And if you lose your job because you're late for the 3rd time because you got pulled over for an air freshener again, damn it, then they'll turn around and say, oh, I see you don't have a job. And in this case, it was a lot worse than that because they shot and killed him.
By the way, also just look, for anyone who doubts all of these cases of police brutality or, you know, racial profiling and everything, just put yourself for 1 second into his shoes and think about what it would be like to get accused of 50 traffic violations between the ages of 19 and 32. 50.
And half of them were so preposterous that they were dismissed out of hand. I know when I go to court, you know, I've had a bunch of traffic tickets, nothing like this, right? And I earned every one of them. Okay, and when I go to court, nothing gets dismissed, right? They're like, no, dude, you were going 55 into 25. This ain't getting dismissed. So they only dismiss them if there's some sort of glitch or the cop didn't show up or they were total crap and you know why you pulled them in there.
Right, exactly. So let me give you some numbers that should also shock you. Now, the NAACP of St. Paul estimates that 80 to 90% of people pulled over in St. Anthony or by the St. Anthony police in Falcon Heights are either African American or Native American and are cited for minor infractions. So I looked into the demographics of this area to see what the reality is, because if it's a predominantly black area, well, then maybe it makes sense that the majority of people that get pulled over are black. However, according to the 2010 census, about 73.3% of individuals living in the area are white. So the vast majority of people living there are white. Only 8% are black. Only 0.5% are Native American, 15% are Asian, and 3% are Latino Hispanic.
So now the NAACP is obviously estimating. So it's,
Yeah.
And hopefully, I would love to get the real numbers, and the NAACP and other groups always ask for the real numbers, and the cops never want to give the real numbers of what races they pulled over. You want to guess why? Because probably their estimates are fairly correct. So even though it's overwhelmingly white area, and not, by the way, not despite the fact that it's an overwhelmingly white area, probably because it's an overwhelmingly white area, they're pulling over blacks at an 80 to 90% rate. Not 80% of blacks that are coming by, but 80% of the people that are being pulled over are black. So look, JR's experienced this. We've talked about it a lot on the show. Almost every African American friend I have has experienced this. What brings you here? What kind of question is that? What do you mean, what brings me here? And in this case, this is a particular avenue that the local African American community knew about and says, oh, you better slow down when you get there, because if you're black, they're pulling you over.
Yeah. Look, I mean, just to give you another example, you're not supposed to have your front windows tinted in LA. In California, I think. I always have my front windows tinted. I like the way it looks. I'm going to tint them. And if I get stopped, all right, I broke the law. I'm going to have to get a fix-it ticket and deal with all that. I have never been stopped for tinted windows.
Yeah,
by the way.
And so at first I didn't understand why anybody would have tinted windows, because they're going to pull you over. Then I realized I drove my brother-in-law's car for a while, and he had tinted windows. I was like, oh no, they don't pull you over. Tinted windows in LA means you get pulled over if you're black, okay? Because that means I got an excuse to pull you over. You're driving a nice car in LA and you're not black and you got tinted windows, you ain't getting pulled over.
No.
So like, again, if you haven't experienced it, I know it seems unbelievable to you because it's just so outside of your experience, but this is their experience. So open your eyes to it and understand what's happening.
Yeah.
And so, by the way, about Castile, I know that after anybody dies, people always say wonderful things about them, like, oh, he was a saint, he was this, etc. In this case, the guy worked at a Montessori school. Every parent there is like, my God, he was the nicest guy. And
he memorized the food allergies of all the students, which is amazing.
So he was the cafeteria supervisor. He had memorized the names and food allergies of all 500 students. One of the parents called him Mr. Rogers with dreadlocks. So, nope, still didn't help him, gets pulled over and does exactly what the cops tell him to do and gets shot anyway. That's what we're trying to get you to see. That is unfortunately the experience of a lot of African Americans in this country. Yeah.
So, I've been, as far as the tinted windows, I learned that because I was pulled over for it. I learned about it here when it was, I said, well, what's the level you can do? And it was a genuine question because if you live in LA, 80% of the cars have tinted windows, if not higher, because it's hot and the sun is out most of the time and it makes your car hotter. Anyway, so there's a reason for it, but they said only the back windows. So anyway, that, and also there's a section, and we talk about certain parts of LA. I know certain areas, certain streets I don't go down because I know how it works. And I'm not gonna name the particular parts of the city, but that's what I've experienced as well. So when they talked about going through a certain stretch in that area, Falcon Heights, that's a regular thing in all parts of the country. Lastly, the thing about the motivation with lying, which is what people always say, unless you have a proof, do you have proof that these cops do this? So think about the motivation black folks would have to lie about being pulled over by cops, being harassed by cops, being killed by cops, injured by cops, all these things is because they intrinsically hate the cops. That's what people always say. Bill O'Reilly, the Rudy Giuliani's of the world. They just hate cops. They're trying to get a war on cops. So again, that goes back to the character of this large portion of the population. It's a minority, but all black folks in the country who've experienced this, they're doing it collectively because they just intrinsically and just naturally hate cops. Hate cops because you're born hating cops. And then once you do that, you're trying to disparage their existence and therefore you want to kill them. It all goes back to murderous, violent, angry, aggressive behavior. It's all based in that. Even in just the lie of doing it, what other motivation would you have? Because you want them dead. That's your first priority. So it's the same recycled argument against the existence of certain folks. They're just violent.
Yeah, they're inherently violent.
So a couple of things about that. Now, one, why would black people all of a sudden decide in unison to dislike cops? Is it possible it's because they've had negative interactions with cops? Like, why does that not occur to people? They're like, oh, maybe the cops did something to them. That's why when they see a cop, they're afraid and they're worried and they're concerned, right? And so, you know, we had Michael A. Wood Jr. in here. I quote him often, but he's a Baltimore cop who said, do you think that blacks were all lying in all these different cities for all these years, that they all just made it up that cops target them? No, they're not lying. We do target them. And so now he's retired and he's willing to say that. So that's why they feel it. But the mythology that J.R. is referring to is, so even when cops do it, a lot of it is their training, it's the culture that unfortunately, that I think we can fix, and a lot of it is unconscious bias. But when right-wing pundits like O'Reilly get on TV and say, oh, they just hate cops, that's how they are. That's not unconscious, that's conscious.
Yeah.
That's because he's a racist prick. So that doesn't apply to all white people, not remotely, doesn't apply to all cops, no. It does apply to the right-wing hate mongers who say that stuff on purpose. And I know, I'm not supposed to say this because white people get super touchy about it, right? But I can't help it, because every time somebody says blacks are violent or more prone to criminality or violence, as somebody on CNN just said yesterday, it drives me crazy. You would think that black people enslaved white people and put them in chains and beat them and whipped them and lynched them and killed them and raped them and did all those things. And then you would say, well, I mean, black people are violent. Look at what they did to white people. But it was the reverse.
I know.
It was the reverse. And so, and now black people are getting, it's not like white people are getting shot all over that are unarmed, et cetera, at a disproportionate rate as African Americans. So then they turn around, like it's literally adding insult to injury to say all this stuff happened to African Americans throughout American history and continue to happen to some degree as we outline here today. But on top of that, we're going to call you violent.
And it works.
And that's the thing that drives me insane, and I cannot abide by it. So what we're trying to do here is correct the record, know the real facts, understand what actually happened, and look, for everybody in the country, for once, try to see the other perspective. It'll do you a world of good, and it'll do the country a world of good.
Diamond Reynolds, the girlfriend of Philando Castile, who was shot and killed right in front of her, received a large settlement following the shooting. He was shot by a cop by the name of Geronimo Yanez. Now, there is a city official in Minnesota who has made comments in regard to what Reynolds is likely to do with that settlement. And some are calling into question the racial tones in his statement. So this is a Rice County official, and here's what he had to say. The St. Anthony City Council voted to pay Reynolds $675,000 for emotional distress and wrongful arrest. The League of Minnesota Cities and the city of Roseville pitched in $125,000. That's where the $800,000 settlement came from. Now, Elysian City Councilman Tom McBroom predicted that money would be spent within 6 months on crack cocaine. Jesus. When challenged on why he'd think a woman with no crack-related criminal history would squander her boyfriend's blood money that way, McBroom answered, history. Now, this exchange happened on Twitter, and we have the screenshots to prove it. So there it is. I want you guys to carefully read it, because it says she needs to come off county and state aid now that she has some cash. It'll be gone in 6 months on crack cocaine. Later, he completely denied that he even referenced crack cocaine. But that is his tweet. That is what he said. He claimed that people misunderstood his comment about history, explaining he was referring to the universal temptation of spending rather than saving large instant payouts.
Oh, sure. Of course, that's what he was referring to. When I first saw the tweet, I thought, well, okay, let's read more. Maybe he is familiar with this person, and it might be a wildly unfair statement about what she's going to do in the future. But has she been arrested before? Is he the one that arrested her? Does he know that she's on welfare? It turns out he doesn't know her at all.
That's right.
So he just assumes that she's basically on welfare and will spend all the money on crack cocaine. Gee, I wonder why he assumes that. He's like, no, I just assumed that because I assume everybody would spend it on crack cocaine.
No.
Oh, sure you do.
No. Here's more of his statement in reference to people who need help with social programs and things like that. I've seen them come to court. They've lost their children, but they come to court dressed to the nines with Michael Kors purses. Okay, stop for a second. Again, we don't, like, he doesn't know whether or not she's on welfare or anything like that. And just because you lost your child because someone happened to wrongfully shoot and kill them doesn't mean that you're necessarily poor or that you can't afford Michael Kors purses. It's just, it's like this line of thinking that you see over and over again by those on the right. To be frank with you, they don't have a pot to piss in.
Who's they?
Yeah, what are you referring to? Who are you referring to?
I'm sure he means everybody because he's always talking in general terms after he gets caught. So this guy's not just a councilman, he's also a cop. He's a St. Anthony police officer. And then you wonder why black people in this country are a little worried that cops might not be fair to them. Look at all the stereotypes in this guy's head. You know, when they come to court, this is how they all act, and they don't have any money, but they spend it on purses, and they don't care about their kids, and takes this woman. Now remember, not only was her boyfriend killed right in front of her, and he was a beloved employee at a school nearby, by the way, okay? But a bullet barely missed her 4-year-old daughter, okay?
Who was in the back seat.
And then the 4-year-old daughter was trying to calm the mom down, like, Mommy, it's gonna be okay. I mean, the video is gut-wrenching.
No, I actually wanted to bring the video back because I want you guys to understand how much of an insult this is to injury. She witnessed her boyfriend getting shot and killed right in front of her. And by the way, the reason why the cop pulled the trigger was because Philando Castile told him, I have a licensed car in the vehicle. Licensed weapon, I'm sorry. And at that point, I don't know why it is, but he asked him, and there were videos later to prove this. You know, he wanted to see his ID. He reaches for the ID, and as soon as he does so, the cop goes ahead and shoots him. Anyway, enough of my talking. I want you guys to watch the video to see how incredibly traumatic it is. Warning, it's very graphic.
Stay with me. We got pulled over for a busted tail light in the back. And the police just, he's covered. They killed my boyfriend. He's licensed, he's licensed to carry. He was trying to get out his ID and his wallet out his pocket, and he let the officer know that he had a firearm and he was reaching for his wallet, and the officer just shot him in his arm. We're waiting for a back. I will, sir. No worries. I will. Fuck. He just shot his arm off. We got pulled over on Larpener.
I told him not to reach for it. I told him to get his hand out.
You told him to get his ID, sir, and his driver's license. Oh my God! Please don't tell me he's dead. Please don't tell me my boyfriend just went like that.
Keep your hands where they are, please.
Yes, I will, sir. I'll keep my hands where they are. Please don't tell me this, Lord. Please, Jesus, don't tell me that he's gone. Please don't tell me that he's gone. Please, officer, don't tell me that you just did this to him. You shot 4 bullets into him, sir. He was just getting his license and registration, sir.
So if you're wondering why is she describing and not getting out of the car, they wouldn't let her out of the car. And they handcuffed her later and stuffed her into a police car after shooting her boyfriend. And for what? Like, did you really think she was a threat? Like but no, handcuff everybody. And it took him forever to get Philando Castile medical help, and then he did die.
And the reason why I brought that back is because it doesn't matter what she went through. It doesn't matter that her 4-year-old just experienced that. Not only a man getting shot and killed right in front of her, but her own mother getting handcuffed and stuffed in the back of a police car. It doesn't matter that this woman witnessed, her significant other getting shot and killed right in front. None of that matters because in the eyes of certain people, namely this cop and city councilman in Minnesota, she's just, she's a black woman. She's gonna spend that money on crack cocaine. I wonder why he chose specifically crack cocaine. I mean, come on. And it's pathetic and it's sad. And that's like what this country has really come to.
But of course now, Trevor Noah always makes this point. It's more offensive now to call someone a racist than to actually be one. And so, people that are watching this might have, their opinions and say, yeah, Cenk, I agree. But I'm sure that some people will look at you and say, yeah, you always have to bring race into it. when he didn't explicitly say, that she. But he says history. I mean, you come on, you can draw the lines here. You understand?
I just wish they would own up to it, right? Because they're so proud of their racism, but then once you call them racist, oh, how dare you? And then they become the special little snowflakes. Just own up to it. It's your identity. It's who you are. You're proud of it. You're so proud of it that you, as a public figure, a public official, feel comfortable enough to write that on social media and then respond to the critics by saying history.
So, but look, I want to be, I want to explain a little bit more fully, because look, there's a reason why they always say they're not racist. Because part of it is because they really believe they are not racist. Now they're completely wrong about that, and in fact, if you're on their side, I'm going to go further about what you think in a second. So I'll get to you in a sec, okay? But I saw an interview with a guy who was like a grand wizard of the Klan, and he talked about how black people are genetically inferior. And then so the reporter says, so you believe in racism? He's like, no, I'm not racist.
That's a definition.
No, that's the definition of racism, right? And so if you ask McBroom, I think that he probably would genuinely think, no, I'm not racist. I mean, but now, not on the record, but to his buddies, say, I mean, come on, they're on crack, right?
Those people.
And it doesn't matter, he said it publicly. He said he assumed that she was on welfare, and he assumed that she was gonna spend $800,000 on crack cocaine in 6 months. Later, when asked to justify it, he's like, well, I know that in some of the cities there are problems with crack and opioid abuse. Wait, crack's from a couple of decades ago. There's a huge epidemic of opioid abuse, but why did you pick crack in particular?
Right.
Come on, guys. Anybody who's fair about this knows that it's a racist thing to say, but he's internalized those stereotypes. And so he just thinks that that's a fact about black people, and saying that doesn't make you racist, it just makes you honest about blacks. That's how they view it. But no, that is not fair. You don't know anything about that woman. That is the definition of racism. When you assume something about someone based on their race, and you assume things that are terribly derogatory, right? And so if you're out there and you think, no, what he said is not racist, you don't get it. You are also racist.
Right.
Not this, but look, I'm gonna be super fair to you and say that you probably don't think it's super fair, okay? But I'm not assuming that you do it in a malicious way. Like, I think internally to myself, I hate black people and I can't wait to say a bad thing about black people. No, you have these stereotypes in your head that you think are true and that you apply to different minorities. So when you're called out on it, you go, what, that's not racist. That's just how things are. No, that is racist. That's the whole point of racism, that you assume derogatory things based on race.
So, and by the way, so let's imagine a world in rose-colored glasses where this had nothing to do with racism. His comments had nothing to do with race whatsoever. Okay, but it's still incredibly bad and disgusting to say this, again, to a woman who just went through something so terrible and dramatic. She just lost a loved one, right? And so why do you feel like it's okay to say anything negative about her whatsoever, to judge her? Like there's no empathy, no empathy.
See, that's such a great point, because he's an unbearable jerk either way, right? Even if you remove the racism, let's say that it was a poor white woman who just watched her white boyfriend get killed, and this jerk cop out of nowhere, public goes, I should probably spend it on meth, right? Now, that doesn't have anything to do with race. He just maybe hates poor people. I don't know, maybe he hates everybody that he's supposed to be protecting as members of the community, right? I
just wanted to make a point that this shooting happened in a suburb of St. Paul, Falcon Heights. That's where Philando Castile was shot, and it's an hour. I'm sorry, and the official who said this is from Elysian, which is an hour and a half from Falcon Heights, where the shooting happened. And I did some research on Elysian, and according to the 2010 census, 652 people live there, and it's 96% white, that town.
Yeah, so at a bare minimum, even if you don't concede that saying that about black people is racist, he's a person who has malicious intent for no reason. Makes me greatly uncomfortable that guy's a cop anywhere. But all reasonable people see that claim, that comment he made about her, and know exactly what she means.
Someone died.
I know.
Yeah.
Like that's sort of lost on everyone whenever you talk
We're
about
so
this.
I mean, I feel like as a country, there's a lack of empathy. I go back to that all the time because you see it everywhere. But more importantly, like we've become so desensitized to death, right? Like think of for a second, put yourselves in the shoes of anyone who's lost a family member or a loved one in one of these shootings or whatever it is. Like, why would you feel the need to further insult them and judge them and put them through hell after they've experienced something like that? Just be an empathetic human being. Just be a human being, you know?
So, it is particularly troubling when a cop has no empathy towards others
that he's supposed to protect and serve.
What you just watched was one of the videos that we do today, but we actually do a whole 2-hour show every single day. It's a podcast. You could watch it in video or listen to it as audio. You can download it, you can stream it, and you get it completely ad-free if you could become a member of the Young Turks. tytnetwork.com/join.
Home sweet home. Sanctuary, shelter, haven. Home is where the heart is, where we lay our weary heads to rest, where we find peace, quiet, tranquility. But how safe are you really in your own home? How secure are you, a law-abiding citizen of the United States, from the reach of unwarranted intrusions, whimsical searches of your home and person, and unlawful seizures and confiscations of your property by law enforcement and the courts? Not very safe, not very secure.
2742, copy 23 from Golden Hill 46.
April 22nd, 2008, 1:50 p.m. San Luis Obispo Sheriff's dispatchers broadcast a call. Shots have been fired. First to respond is Deputy Darren Murphy. With red lights and siren blaring, Murphy prods his patrol vehicle towards the scene of the reported incident, a private residence just east of the Paso Robles city limits. A few minutes later, Murphy hears that he is being joined en route by 2 other deputies, Matt Terrell and Jay Wells.
Charles 7, I'll be en route from Station 22 also.
10-4.
22.41, 10-8 en route. Back.
10-4.
An update from the dispatcher raises the stakes.
2752, looking at the call, it says that one of the RPs advises she sees a male sitting between a boat and a truck.
The call has now escalated into something a bit more serious. Man with gun. That man with a gun is longtime county resident Matt Hart, doing something he's done for years from this very same spot. Sight and fire his single-shot .22 caliber rifle at a target located on an isolated corner of his 2+ acre property. Bird and wild pig hunting is commonplace in this unincorporated rural area, and until now, Hart's activity has posed, for him, no problem. But the converging sheriff's deputies, of course, are not armed with this knowledge. They are, however, heavily armed. Even before his arrival at the scene, Deputy Murphy has determined his course of action.
Myself and 5 owner and Jardy driving.
52, copy you, 51 Jardy and Jardy 4.
41, 197.
10-4.
Okay, Matt, you see this mobile home down here? There's a boat and a truck right there. Got it. Subject still between the boat and the truck. He's immediately on your right.
Copy, subject still between the boat and the truck.
Well, the first car was driven by Darren Murphy, and when he got to my front gate, he started yelling, "Hey buddy, hey buddy."
Hey buddy! Hey! Hey!
This ear was totally plugged up and I couldn't hear out of this ear, so I saw the dogs. My dogs took off running towards the gate barking.
Sheriff's Department, put your hands up! Drop the rifle! Put the rifle down!
With my gun like this, I walked past and looked around the front of this hood.
Put your hands up and walk towards us! Now! Put your hands up in the air!
Put my hands back in the air and started walking towards them.
Keep coming, man! Do not do anything stupid!
So Citizen Hart promptly did something, well, not very smart. Almost got him shot.
Keep coming! Don't do anything stupid. Okay? Turn around. Stop! Stop!
I twisted my lower torso, keeping my front towards him, and I yelled out, "I am reaching for my cell phone with 2 fingers," and I held them up like this.
Turn around. Turn around. Don't reach for a goddamn thing!
And went down very slowly and pulled out my cell phone and looked at them all and said, "Cell phone," at the top of my lungs.
You move, you're done, buddy. Okay. What an asshole. I think we need to go and clear the house.
Deputy Murphy now makes 2 separate decisions. The first is that Matt Hart has, in the deputy's opinion, evolved from citizen to subject to asshole, a determination virtually guaranteeing that Hart will be arrested. Murphy's second decision is to enter Hart's home. As you will soon see, Murphy will think of a reason later. After all, there is the matter of the Fourth Amendment to the U.S. Constitution.
Well, I know one of my neighbors said that they tried kicking the back door in.
Sheriff's Department, is anyone home?
Sheriff's Department! Sheriff's Department, come out, make yourself known! Got doors left, living room right. Okay, which way you go?
Then Murphy and the other deputies found something that greatly interested them. A locked gun safe in Hart's bedroom. But they needed the keys.
A sheriff came out and asked for the keys to my house, and I said, "What for?" And he said, "Give me the keys to your house again." And I said, "I'm not authorizing you to go in and search my house."
It goes against every single constitutional right you got right there. They have no business being in my house.
Well, they do.
No, they don't.
Well, that's your opinion.
Again, he asked me for the keys, and I again said, "I am not authorizing you to go in and search my house unless you tell me what it is you're looking for and why." And he reached down and grabbed hold of the keys off my belt loop, such as this, jerked them off, and said, "We don't need any warrants. We can do anything we want."
I'm on 2 acres of my own land, and you guys come here pointing AR-15s and M16s at me.
Shots are fired. We got to make sure that everybody's all right.
What are you doing in my house?
I couldn't tell you. I'm not there right now.
What are you doing?
And now this story gets really interesting for everyone except Matt Hart. So what's at issue here? The Fourth Amendment to the U.S. Constitution reflects this nation's collective effort to allow its citizens a place free of malicious trespass by government officials. The amendment is brief and to the point. The right of the people to be secure in their persons, houses, papers, and effects against unreasonable searches and seizures shall not be violated, and no warrants shall issue but upon probable cause, supported by oath or affirmation, and particularly describing the place to be searched and the persons or things to be seized. Well, that's the law of the land, but the law's actual practice is often quite different. When the Fourth Amendment was ratified, there was no such thing as an organized police force in America. Since then, critical compromises of the Fourth Amendment have been created by whimsical actions of police and an enabling judiciary. Okay, what's happened here? Hart is handcuffed on the ground and being watched by Deputy Terrell. Deputies Murphy and Wells and Detective Twisselman have entered Hart's house without permission as part of their investigation into a report of gunshots fired. Inside, they have seen a locked gun safe. After taking Hart's keys from him, the deputies gain access to the safe. Murphy consults here with Detective Eric Twisselman, and a discussion about the search legality ensues.
You're the detective. You need a warrant to get into that gun safe? I don't think under exigent circumstances. Under exigent circumstances.
Exigent circumstances are those circumstances that would cause a reasonable person to believe that entry was necessary to prevent physical harm to officers or other persons, destruction of relevant evidence, or escape of a suspect. So having already entered the house and broken into the safe under some yet-to-be-determined exigent circumstances, the deputies continue to forage through the Hart residence.
There should be a woman here. Well, I was just about to say I found some panties. It's raw here.
The deputies soon turn their attention to the contents of the newly opened gun safe.
That is a nice, very nice piece of armor. And one in the chamber.
51 subject Hart is valid
and clear. 1100.
8 weapons registered to him.
Semi-auto? It's exactly
He's got 8 weapons registered.
Yeah. Okay. I'll check these out.
Another
M1A one?
M14.
Oh, M14. Oh, there's a mini 14.
Yeah,
okay. And then he's got, I'm not sure if it's an 1100 or 1187, but I want exactly this. He's got a couple of very nice firearms in that safe. Who's that?
We don't take everything?
I'd say so. He's got like an M1A, a really nice semi-auto 12 gauge with pistol grip.
In order for law enforcement to get into our homes, they've got to have a warrant.
San Luis Obispo attorney Louis Corey.
A warrantless search of someone's home is presumed to be illegal. So there's a presumption that has to be overcome. And really the presumption doesn't have to be overcome by the citizen in court. It's really, the burden is on the police, in this case the deputy sheriffs, to justify what they did.
Perhaps you can argue an exigency as far as going in and making sure that no one was, since you did have some guns involved and firing of guns, to go in, clear the house, make sure nobody else is in there that poses a hazard. I don't have a problem with that, but to go to the next step of acquiring keys and opening, locked containers in the house is, from all of my experience, it wasn't prudent, and it doesn't reflect well on law enforcement when people do that.
You are about to eavesdrop on a conversation between deputies as they cavalierly begin to manufacture their reasons for having gone into this house and the gun safe.
Just get your brain going. What was the exigency for entering the house?
Bodies. Well, no, exigency. As far as I'm concerned, we go in the house.
Exigency
we don't
for
know.
bodies, exigency for seizing firearms is a different story.
But we've got the negligent discharge and brandishing and stuff like that. So we take the guns as safekeeping. At the very least, he's got to get a judge's order to get them back.
Take the guns as safekeeping?
A deputy returns to the house after inspecting the property and tells Deputy Murphy there are only targets down there. This doesn't please Murphy at all.
There are targets down there. Okay, are there any houses over there? No. Well, I saw a car driving back there. So that's an area where there are houses and stuff, right? Yeah. Well, screw them, negligent discharge.
Another deputy compares the entry of Hart's home to that of Los Angeles Police Detective Mark Furman when he jumped over a fence at the estate of O.J. Simpson in 1994.
Furman and who were those guys that went over the wall that
Whoa.
they couldn't articulate on the stand when they were being questioned by the defense?
He'll report a Furman. Who knows? This guy's shooting across. He's firing guns. He acts to fight. When the police show up, he could have just killed his entire family.
My only thoughts on this deal is if we start digging more looking for hidden guns, because we've already found one, and ammo, we're going to need to paper it. I mean, the exigency only lasts until we get him, and
The guns
I mean,
that
they
we can
can't-
find in the
yeah,
immediate.
in
Okay,
the
well, let's
immediate
take the
area.
guns in the immediate area then.
Okay.
Yeah.
Since he had keys on him.
I agree with you. We can't, going through any other place where we saw 2 gun safes. I think we're safe with those.
Right.
Searching underneath the bed and shit like that, probably.
But they've already searched this by now. So see, he was going. It sounds to me as if he was going to say, searching them were probably. I think the next words were not okay or something along that line.
What you will hear now in Deputy Murphy's own surprising words are his plans to defend the search of Hart's home and gun safe, as well as Hart's pending arrest.
He's already talking about filing a complaint about us being in his house, so I just want you to, whoever writes this up, to articulate the reason why.
I will supplement it and use very flowery language.
What is troubling about this case is that the deputies are going out of their way to create exigent circumstances that don't exist. That's an abuse of the exception to the Fourth Amendment rule, which says that warrantless searches of homes are flat out illegal.
They went out of their way to flower up, as they called it, their evidence.
But clearly the officers are struggling, and the officer admits that he's going to have to use flowery language in order to get this past a judge. But flowery language in the report is not going to overcome the facts in this case. And under skillful cross-examination, there's no way that these deputies can justify this search.
They made some really serious mistakes.
Here, deputies discuss criminal charges now necessary to justify their search of the gun safe.
I don't know what we're going to charge him with yet.
I was negligent discharge. I'd say 417 in the presence of the peace officer.
In the absence of a warrant, there's got to be some emergency situation. There's got to be some exigent circumstance that justifies this search. So basically what we're looking for is we're looking for some exigent circumstance that justifies intrusion into this home, and in particular, the intrusion into this gun safe. In this case, I think what you would have is you'd have the officers on the stand trying to say that there could be perhaps a victim in the gun safe, which doesn't make a whole lot of sense when you look at that gun safe.
In a comment heard only by the handcuffed Hart, his dog, and the open microphone, Deputy Terrell candidly minimizes the incident.
And in the future, if something like this happens, all you had to do, put your hands up, listen to what we say, to check, make sure things are cool, and we can get out of your hair.
Even the deputies on the scene don't think it's a big deal. Nevertheless, Hart's headed to jail, charged with negligent discharge, brandishing at police, possession of a machine gun, and resisting arrest. Deputies removed 14 firearms and miscellaneous items from the Hart residence for safekeeping.
It was just like being robbed by criminals.
Deputies Murphy and J. Wells reflect on their behavior.
We are totally justified in everything we did.
I believe so too.
We have deputies that want to get in this gun locker, apparently because they're curious about the guns. Now the question is that really what we want from our officers? At the time that they broke into that gun safe, they knew all the facts that they needed to know to walk away from that situation.
Things didn't turn out very well for Matt Hart following his unfortunate visit by sheriff's deputies that warm spring day in 2008. But his life-changing experience appears to be an ominous prophecy of things to come in these United States. As judges continue to allow the piecemeal dismantling of the Fourth Amendment's probable cause clause, capricious and warrantless intrusions by law enforcement into private American residences are occurring more and more frequently. In February, a remarkable ruling by the Federal Ninth Circuit Appeals Court in San Diego left standing a warrantless search of a suspect's home and prompted the court's dissenting chief judge, the Honorable Alex Kozinski, to make this comment. Our courts have approved without blinking a police sweep of a person's home without a warrant, without probable cause, without reasonable suspicion, and without exigency. In other words, with nothing at all to support the entry except curiosity. Hart appeared before San Luis Obispo Superior Court Judge Dodie Harmon in a preliminary hearing 3 weeks after his arrest. His first defense attorney, Greg Jacobson, told us in an email that he was, quote, laying the groundwork for 1538.5 motion to suppress, unquote, which he said would have been filed after the preliminary. However, Jacobson only handled the case through that hearing before passing it off to County Assistant Public Defender Patricia Ashbaugh. In a rare move, Judge Harmon dismissed 2 of the 4 counts against Hart, including the so-called negligent discharge of a weapon that brought deputies to Hart's home in the first place. Then, on advice from the public defender, Hart agreed to plead no contest to a single misdemeanor.
The district attorney threatened that if he had to take it to trial, that he would throw 4 felonies on me.
The sheriff still holds 4 of Hart's guns, including the one Deputy Murphy said he really wanted.
This is something that can happen to anybody at any time.
And it probably will. Sheriffs and other county officials declined comment for this report because Hart has requested his guns back. Hart filed a claim against the county. That claim was promptly denied. That was the first step in filing a lawsuit. We'll keep you posted. Veteran Police Officer Brenler thinks an eventual solution lies in the consciences of law enforcement top brass.
Your executive managers and your supervision, they set the bar, and they set the bar for the rest of the organization. And so if shortcuts are taken at the top, then it's very easy for line level personnel to say, well, we can take shortcuts at our level as well. And that's a frightening thought, actually.
Open up this door. Here, unlock it. What are you doing?
Honest God, serious?
If you give me an answer other than the truth, you're coming out of there.
Okay, well, before we get...
Huh?
Before I get... I've never had to do this yet. I'm over here, I was looking at reliable...
I want your driver's license.
Reliable street sweeping. I was working for Sky Sweeping, I got laid off. I don't know these other guys' numbers, so I came over trying to find their truck. I know her from when I drove for
You're lying.
No, sir.
You're lying.
I know her when I drove for a taxi, James Keller.
You're lying right now.
Honest to God, officer, I got
Step out of
nothing.
the car. You're half a heartbeat from going to jail. You keep messing around. Why do you keep having that? What
Because
is it?
I have it concealed here.
You have a weapon on you?
Yes. That's why I didn't. Right there you go.
Lock your hands behind your back. What is the first thing you're supposed to do?
I was telling you this, sir.
You're supposed to tell me you have a weapon.
I was trying, and you told...
You are supposed to say that right off the goddamn bat.
I'm sorry, I was trying to. I swear to God.
Trying to? I was in their fucking car. Spin your ass around. Right now. The shit that you just pulled. I just blast you right in the mouth.
I'll never ever do it again. I'll never.
Goddamn right, because you're going to catch a felony on this one.
Why?
Well, have a seat.
I didn't do anything.
Have
I'm going in.
a seat. No, I'm telling you.
Okay, officer, okay. Wait a minute.
That's
Can I have
bullshit.
that, please? Can you take that? Can you take my wallet, please?
Bullshit. Understand me. It's how fucking cops get killed.
I understand.
Let me.
I don't mean to.
I'm so close to caving in your goddamn head. You fuck with me?
I'm not.
You're just a stupid human being.
Yes, sir.
Fucking talking to me with a goddamn gun. You want me to pull mine and stick it to your head?
No, sir. No, sir.
People like you don't deserve to fucking move throughout public, period. Stupid idiot. Saw that fucking gun.
How the fuck they get fucking goddamn CCW? Does he have one? He has one, don't he?
But he didn't tell us.
Oh, I
He
know
says
that.
he does. I didn't see shit. Fucking bullshit, man. That just makes me mad, brother. Sitting there with our goddamn head in the car and everything like that, and he does. Told him we had it.
No, I don't.
Okay, we got 51 out of this car. Fucking bullshit. Where's the sheriff? Fucking idiot, man. I tell you, this is what scorches my ass. I'm just getting these dicks. They don't know how to carry these goddamn permits. Look at an asshole sitting there looking at me. I'm looking at a bulge. Oh, I got a permit. My ass.
Not anymore.
Fucking asshole. Lying bastard. Yeah. Son of a bitch. He's going to fucking jail, man. Where is your damn permit?
Right here, sir. I was trying to hand it.
How long you had it?
Not even a month, I don't believe. 5 dates on there.
You lost this. I'll tell you right now, you just lost it. You're going to catch a felony, too. You know what? For you to have this, you got to use some damn sense. You understand me?
Yes, sir.
This is a big responsibility, and it appears that you can't do that.
Yes, sir.
Swear to God, man, this little bullcrap that you just pulled right now has got me so hot.
I understand.
So hot. You know what I should have done? I tell you what I should have done. As soon as I felt your gun, I should have took 2 steps back, pulled my Glock 40, and just put 10 bullets in your ass and let you drop. And I wouldn't have lost any sleep. Do you understand me?
Yes, sir, I do.
And he would have been a nice witness as I executed you because you're stupid.
Yes, sir.
Do you understand me?
Yes, sir.
And every time I'm putting you in a computer, I see this car, I'm pulling you over and I'm towing it.
You'll never see
No,
that
no,
car
yeah, I
again, I
will.
swear to God.
Because I'm going to pull that car over, tow it, and you're going to jail every time. I live here every night, and so does Officer Beals. I'll play games that you guys are not used to playing. Because what I'll do, good license or not, I'll put a tow truck on this car every time. and this pen here will just think of something. And then you guys got to get out of it. I'm telling you, you think it ain't going to happen? I've played good games, and people don't like my games. They cost you a lot of money. Stay in that car. Stop Tuscan Newton.
I've been here for over a month and a half.
This is a game I'll play. This guy tells me a story, anything other than you two, you all go together. I don't care.
Text 50, 2539. Please don't talk to I had to police garage because I didn't want to walk.
And you've been arrested numerous times for soliciting, right?
Once, and that was years ago. Years ago.
I don't need to do that. You've been arrested before? You look very familiar. How do I not know you? Where are you from? You've never been arrested in your whole life? I'm sorry? I'm tired of seeing you around, you understand that? I'm tired of seeing you around, you understand that?
Yeah, oh my God,
It's not where you're going, it's what you're doing.
I haven't been out.
Open up this door. Here, unbook it. What are you doing?
God, Spirit.
If you give me an answer other than the truth, you're coming out of there.
Okay, well, before we get...
Huh?
Before I get... I've never had to do this yet. I'm over here, I was looking at reliable...
I want your driver's license.
Reliable street sweeping. I was working for sky sweeping, I got laid off. I don't know these other guys' numbers, so I came over trying to find their truck. I know her from when I drove for
You're lying.
No, sir.
You're lying.
I know her when I drove for a taxi, James Keller.
You're lying right now.
Honest to God, officer, I got
Step out of the car. You're half a heartbeat for going to jail. You keep messing around. Why do you keep having that? What is it?
I have a concealed carry.
You have a weapon on you?
Yes, sir. That's why I did. Right there you go.
Lock your hands behind your back. What is the first thing you're supposed to do?
I was telling you this, sir.
You're supposed to tell me you have a weapon.
I was trying, and you told me.
You were supposed to say that right off the goddamn bat.
I'm sorry, I was trying to. I swear to God.
I was in the fucking car. Spin your ass around. Get lost. I find you one more time tonight, I'm gonna put lumps on you. Now get the hell out of here. Get going. Walk around this car. I'm tired of it. What is the first thing you're supposed to do?
I'm supposed to tell you I have a weapon.
We're out here dealing with somebody, you've got a gun on you?
I never done this before.
Bullshit! You went through the class!
Yes, sir, and I was trying to explain that I had it.
You open your mouth!
I never explained it when I was in the car.
Come on. So hard. Fucking lies!
I'm not, officer. I'm not lying to you. I have nothing on me.
Right now! The shit that you just pulled, I just blast you right in the mouth.
I'll never ever do it again. I'll never.
Goddamn right, because you're going to catch a felony on this one.
Well,
have a seat.
I didn't do anything.
I'm
going in.
A seat. No, I'm telling you.
Okay, stop. Okay. Wait a minute.
That's bullshit.
Can you take this? Can you take my wallet, please?
Bullshit. Understand me? Some fucking cops get killed.
I understand.
Let me.
I don't mean to.
I'm so close to caving in your goddamn head. You fuck with me?
I'm not.
You're just a stupid human being.
Yes, sir.
Fucking talking to me with a goddamn gun. You want me to pull mine and stick it to your head?
No, sir. No, sir.
People like you do deserve to fucking move throughout public, period. Stupid idiot. Shot a fucking gun.
How fucking get fucking goddamn does he have one? He has one, no.
But he didn't tell us.
Oh,
He says he does. I didn't see shit. Fucking bullshit, man. That just makes me mad, brother. Sitting there with our goddamn head in the car and everything like that, and he does. Okay, we got 51 out of the car. Fucking bullshit. Where's the sheriff? Fucking idiot, man. I tell you, this is what scorches my ass. I'm just getting these dicks, they don't know how to carry these goddamn permits. Fucking asshole, sitting there looking at me, I'm looking at a bulge. Oh, I got a permit. My ass. Fucking asshole. Lying bastard. Yeah. Son of a bitch. He's going to fucking jail, man. Where is your damn permit?
Right here, sir. I was trying to get it.
How long you had it?
Not even a month, I don't believe. 5 days on there.
You lost this. I'll tell you right now, you just lost it. You're going to catch a felony, too. You know what? For you to have this, you got to use some damn sense. You understand me?
Yes, sir.
This is a big responsibility, and it appears that you can't do that.
Yes, sir.
And guess what? You're picking up a prostitute and your damn pimp while you're carrying a weapon. Bullshit! That's what I'm telling you.
I know you don't believe a word
I don't believe shit, nothing.
But there was nothing, honest to God, there was nothing going on between me and these people. I know her.
Why would you be up here and they're in your car and you don't even damn know them?
I know her from when I drove
She's
her.
a prostitute.
I didn't know she was a prostitute.
Oh, I don't know, and that's why you're a second to Newton.
She asked me if I could take her to 4th and 9th and Fulton to pick this guy up to bring her down, bring them down here.
Yeah, because you're going to go in there and
I'm
solicit.
not going to go in there.
I swear to God, I'm not going in there. Swear to God, man. This little bullcrap that you just pulled right now has got me so hot. I understand. So hot. You know what I should have done? I tell you what I should have done. As soon as I felt your gun, I should have took 2 steps back, pulled my Glock 40, and just put 10 bullets in your ass and let you drop. And I wouldn't have lost any sleep. Do you understand me? Yes, sir, I do. And he would have been a nice witness as I executed you because you're stupid. I take this pretty damn serious. No, I don't know about you. Yes, sir. My partner and I are getting guns and all kinds of crazy stuff pulled on us, and now I got an idiot from up here thinking he's being cool with his stupid little gun. I don't think it's cool, dummy. Yes, sir. Do you understand me? Yes, sir. And every time I'm putting you in a computer, I see this car, I'm pulling you over and I'm towing it. You'll never see that. No, yeah, I will. Because I'm going to pull that car over, tow it, and you're going to jail every time. The reason I came here was I was working for Sky Sweeping. We did Walmart stuff on Guess what? What time do you work at Sky Sweeping? It was a night shift job. Well, I got laid off. He doesn't know anything about Sky Sweeping, and neither does she. No, they don't. Why would you have him in a car if you're looking for Sky Sweeping? I came over here, sir, looking for reliable sweeping, and I seen his truck, and there's another one, Buckeye Sweeping. I wanted to get the number and ask them if they were going higher. You're ridiculous. You're ridiculous, man. That's the truth. He's stupid, too. Swear to God, Mark, I'm going to lose my mind. I see another one of these numbskulls.
I was scared, and I'm still a little nervous. I don't want to see that officer. I'm afraid of what he might do.
William Bartlett, a 52-year-old former truck driver, says the angry words of Canton police officer Daniel Harless still ring in his head.
You want me to pull mine and stick it to your head? No, sir. No, sir.
People are shocked to see what they seen on TV. You should have been there in my shoes.
So what set the officer off?
Stupid idiot!
It all started when Bartlett said he had a concealed carry permit and a gun.
You were supposed to say that right off the bat! I'm sorry, I was trying to.
The group Ohioans for Concealed Carry, which first posted the dashcam video, says Bartlett tried to tell the officer about his permit, but Harless kept interrupting, and the tongue lashing just kept getting worse.
As soon as I felt your gun, I should have took 2 steps back, pulled my Glock 40, and just put 10 bullets in your let you drop. And I wouldn't have lost any sleep. He would have been a nice witness as I executed you because you're stupid.
I'm all over the internet. I'm all over the place. I'm not too comfortable with it.
The police chief says officers approached Bartlett on June 8th because they thought he was in a suspicious vehicle in a high crime area. But Bartlett says he was there to help a friend and did nothing wrong. The chief also said the officer's actions were wholly unacceptable and could cost him his job.
People like you don't deserve to move throughout public.
Bartlett's gun was seized that day. Now he wonders if Officer Harless should keep his badge and gun.
I'm sure not every policeman's bad. I'm sure of that. I respect law enforcement officers.
In Canton, Bob Jones, News Channel 5.
Get your hands out now! Get your hands out! Get them out!
Shots fired, shots fired. Get me medical here now. Hands, give me your hands. Now. I pushed it. Did you get yours? Yeah, I pushed it. Okay, good.
saw him reaching. He was reaching. Did we see?
1039, go ahead. Medical.
166, I get medical here now. I have a 25-year-old male. He's not conscious. He's not breathing.
There, let me go take a video.
Yeah, check them out.
166 is seen clear for medical.
It's clear. No, we have three. We have three here.
Bravo 154, we are code 4 with 3. You can slow everybody down. Copy, it's responding 21st South Stick, slow. Where is this at?
Stay with me, buddy. Stay with me. Hey! 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 Talk to me, buddy. Talk to me. Talk to me. Hey! Hey! Medical's on the way, man. Medical's on the way, okay? Hey! Stick with me! Stick with me!
Bravo 952 arrived at the shot fired. 952, 1950.
Come on! What the hell were you reaching for, man?
160.
We need another unit to get there. Can we get that scene secured and set up as safe as possible?
Yeah, we need some more units here for scene security. That'd be great. And any crime lab. And you're going to want to notify South Salt Lake. This is their jurisdiction.
10-4 and 952 is showing arrived on that.
Hey!
37, what's the exact address? 37, that's 21st South State.
Hey!
711.
Hey! Come on! Stick with me! Stick with me, man! Come on!
Copy. Send it to me.
Just trying to stop his control his bleeding.
Okay. Need any other bandages bleeding?
I don't know where the other shot went. I can't find a weapon on him.
Okay.
Yeah, he is.
You still got a pulse?
No, I can't feel a pulse.
Fired us, or?
I did. Found one right now? No, they're both on him. One's in the chest, one's right here. Okay.
What? 4 minutes, maybe?
Yeah, 5 or 6 minutes. I can't feel a pulse. I don't think he's breathing. Okay. 166. Can we have? We need to ID our callers, the complainant.
Come over here. How many shots?
2. They're both on him.
Okay. Hang out by my car. Are you okay?
Yeah.
Okay?
Can you stop recording this?
What's that?
I'm fine.
Okay. Yeah. Are you okay?
I'm fine.
Okay. Relax until you get your feet up on top of the okay?
No.
Last August in Salt Lake City, Utah, police were responding to a call. They said that a kid named Dylan Taylor and his friends were, quote, making a scene. Okay, that's what this was about, making a scene. Now look, also guys who called in the cops said that there were a group of men flashing a handgun. So be fair to the cops here, understand that that was part of what dispatch told them, okay? Now, we're going to show you some videos. They are super hard to stomach because you're going to see the kid get shot, okay? And pay attention here to where he is, when he turns around, what he does to get shot. And understand he's got earphones in. It'll be clear at the end of all the videos, but I want you to know that from the beginning. He's got earphones in. That's why he doesn't hear the cop in the first place. All right, now let's begin to watch.
Get your hands out now! Get your hands out! Get them out!
Shots fired, shots fired. Get me medical here now. Hands, give me your hands. Now.
As you can see, the audio is turned on a little bit into that taping. They fired 2 shots into him. He was killed immediately. You're going to see more of that in a second. His brother later said he couldn't hear him because he had the earphones on. And when he finally heard him, he turned around and he said, "What's going on?" And you heard him say something like, "What's up, fool?" Something along those lines, right? And he said his brother said he pulled up his shirt, because his brother's on the scene. The cops also have him, right? He pulled up his shirt to get down because they're telling him to get down. And look, you saw the video as much as I did. Was that exactly what happened? It's hard to tell, right? But what could he have done there not to get shot? Because he had his hands, when the cops came there, he had his hands in his pants. If he's going to put his hands up, he's pulling them out of his pants. He pulls the T-shirt up to get down. He pulls his pants down to get down. Whatever he does, it's a threat. It's a threat. Now, look, I watched this whole video, and this is not a situation where I'm going to tell you, oh, the cop is a terrible person, the cop is this, the cop is that. In this case, Dylan Taylor happens to be half Mexican-American, half white. I don't know that that has anything to do with it. His brother also said, look, I think it was mainly how we were dressed. I think that's a very fair point, okay? My point is, what I've been saying through all of these police violence issues, there's 2 huge underlying problems in how we train the cops. One is we tell them, don't take any chance with your life, not even a 1% chance. Somebody's reaching, somebody's not reaching. Somebody's putting their hands down, somebody's putting their hands up. Shoot, shoot, shoot. Don't take any chances with your life. The second thing we tell them is never get disrespected. Whether it's a crime or not, it doesn't matter. If you tell somebody to do something, if they don't immediately do it, you better take excessive and amazing and unbelievable force against them right away. Impose your discipline upon them, right? Well, look, some cases you're in the middle of an unruly mob. There's already violence. People are throwing things. I get it.
There's a reason why they got to talk loudly. I understand that. But it doesn't mean, okay, if someone doesn't hear me, he could have been deaf. He could have had a mental disability. Or he could have had his earphones in, which he did. If somebody doesn't hear you, doesn't mean you shoot them. So in this case, we got two issues. Oh, he didn't listen to me immediately. Pull the gun. Okay, we got to. And again, dispatch said that, they're causing a scene, but there's somebody might have had a handgun. So you want to be cautious, I get it. Don't shoot, wait to see if he's got a gun. No, it'll be too late. No, I can't take any risks with my life. You know that's what the issue is. Now, a lot of people are going to say, and of course the cop in this case got off. They always do, right? So, and a lot of people will turn around and say, well, look, there was a little bit of danger. No, you had to do it. But then I'm going to need you to watch the rest of that video. Because if you're on that side, I want you to see the consequences of this. Know it, understand it, and then tell me you're okay with pulling the trigger. Here's what happened afterwards.
37. Where's this at?
Stay with me, buddy. Stay with me. Hey. Hey! Talk to me, buddy. Talk to me. Talk to me. Hey. Medical's on the way, man. Medical's on the way, okay? Hey. Stick with me. Come on. What the hell were you reaching for, man?
116.
We need another unit to get there. Can we get that scene secured and set up some safe possible?
Are bandages bleeding?
I don't know where the other shot went. I can't find a weapon on him.
You still got a pulse?
No, I can't feel a pulse. You don't want to be generous to the cop, and you can point out that he's worried about what's going to happen to him, his career. He shot the guy, there's no weapon, the kid's obviously dead, right? You want to be generous to the cop, and you say, hey, listen, man, he seems concerned. He takes out the bandage. He's like, man, in frustration, what were you reaching for? Well, he wasn't reaching for anything, but you got taught to shoot even if there's 1% chance, right? Well, that's what happens. You shoot, and then the guy bleeds out. And then the part of the video you didn't see, he handcuffs him first. As he's obviously bleeding out and losing his life, he handcuffs him first. Why? That's protocol. That's what you get taught. Never take any chances. Put kids, 20-year-old kids bleeding out in the street in front of you, don't take any chance to handcuff them first. A couple of minutes in, he pulls out that one gauze that you saw in that portion of the tape and puts it on. By the time they come in with a ambulance, he's already dead. You can't get a pulse. Of course, the ambulance people come in first before taking the handcuffs off or anything. They ask the police, are you all right? Look, they weren't there. I know, again, it's not about blaming anyone, okay? It's about what are we doing wrong in training the police. If you look at that video and think we're not doing anything wrong, I'm not sure that we can have a communication here that's productive, right? But if you look at that and go, God, I wish that didn't happen, maybe we should take the next step and think about, hey, what's wrong with the training here that leads cops in America to do this far, far too often? That kid didn't need to die. He died for very, very poor reasons.
A jury in Arizona has just acquitted an ex-Arizona cop who was found on camera to shoot and kill an individual who was sobbing for his life and who did not have weapons on him at the time. Now, this story involves the shooting of Daniel Shaver. It happened back in January of 2016, and the story began when Shaver was in a hotel with friends. He worked as an exterminator, and so he had air rifles that he used during his job to shoot certain types of birds. Now, there were witnesses who said that he was seen waving his air rifle outside the window. As a result, they called the cops. And at that point, a Mesa, Arizona cop by the name of Philip Mitchell Brailsford, who was 27 years old at the time, showed up. And what you're about to see is a video of what occurred next. I want to warn you, this is one of the most difficult videos that I have personally seen of police brutality. It's very graphic, it's very difficult to watch, but it shows you how everything went down, and then we'll discuss the jury's decision in this case. Take a look.
Stop right there! Stop! Stop! Get on the ground, both of you! Lay down on the ground! Lay down on the ground!
Who else is in the room? Nobody. Apparently we have a failure for you to comprehend simple instructions. I'm going to go over some of them again, okay? Can you both hear and understand me?
Yes.
All right. If you make a mistake, another mistake, there's a very severe possibility you're both going to get shot. Do you understand that?
Yes. I do.
Yes. All right. Shut up. I'm not here to be tactful and diplomatic with you. You listen, you obey. For one thing, did I tell you to move, young man? Did I tell you to put both your hands on the top of your head and interlace your fingers? Take your feet and cross your left foot over your right foot. If you move, we're going to consider that a threat, and we are going to deal with it, and you may not survive it. Do you understand me? Yes, sir. Okay, young man, listen to my instructions and do not make a mistake. You are to keep your legs crossed. Do you understand me? Yes, sir. You are to put both of your hands palm down, straight out in front of you. Push yourself up to a kneeling position. I said keep your legs crossed. Sorry. I didn't say this in conversation. Hands your hair! Hands up in the air! You do that again, we're shooting you. Do you understand? Please do not shoot me. Then listen to my instructions. I'm trying to just do what you don't talk, listen! Hands straight up in the air. Do not put your hands down for any reason. You think you're going to fall, you better fall on your face. Your hands go back in the small of your back or down. We are going to shoot you. Do you understand me? Yes, sir. Crawl towards me. Crawl towards me! Yes, sir. Don't go!
Jesus.
So it's like it's like they were playing Simon Says with the guy. I don't understand why doesn't the cop walk over and put the cuffs on the guy?
Just put the cuffs on him.
Walk over and
put the fucking cuffs on him.
What are you waiting for? Why you got to make him go through a monkey bars? Why are you doing that?
I'm going to give you clear directions. No, you didn't. Put your hands down. Put your hands up. Put your hands down. Put your hands up.
Now crawl.
Now crawl. What are you doing? Go over there and put the fucking cuffs on him. Jesus Christ! They murdered that guy. And he got off. He got off.
So,
in cold blood.
Jesus Christ, man.
According to NBC, jurors who watched the full video showing Daniel Shaver's death agreed to acquit
What's wrong with those people?
Officer Philip Mitchell Brailsford of murder. Brailsford faces as many as 25 years in prison for the second-degree murder charge. I also want to I'm going to skip ahead to graphic 29 because this just gives you a sense of the mentality among those in the police union. The president of the Mesa Police Union said that he was extremely relieved with the verdict, although not surprised, and added that the union felt charges should never have been filed to begin with.
So you can't trust the cops in this country. This is what happens no matter where it is. The people who are supposed to be protecting us come out and protect the people who are killing us and brutal. It's to the point, that guy was white. And I don't know, Jake, how you feel, but I get pulled over now. I got pulled over and a cop had his gun out and I was afraid for my life. I'm like, oh my God, I'm white, it doesn't matter. They're gonna shoot me. So this happens now, the whole country's paranoid about cops, even white people, and no one's doing a goddamn thing about it.
Well, look, now we all know how it feels to be black in this country. And they felt that for hundreds of years, and now we're all feeling it. So there's a couple of issues here. First of all, Do you know what he called the cop who shot him with an AR-15? Why does he have an AR-15?
Why do you?
Okay, in a situation like that. Okay, by the way, Jeff Sessions thinks that they should have more military weapons, the police, and he's going to give them more military weapons like an AR-15. He thinks that our criminal justice system should not be reformed. He's rolling back the reforms that Obama wanted to implement. Okay, you know what he engraved on his AR-15?
The cop?
The cop? You're fucked, okay? That was one of the reasons they later let him go, because they're like, this guy's out of control. Mm-hmm. He goes and engraves "you're fucked" on the AR-15, and he killed this guy. And so, but no, the police union comes out and goes, oh, he shouldn't even been charged. Well, of course we murder people in the hallways. Well, no matter what they do, we kill them. Of course, how dare you charge us? We're above the law, right? And so, and that was, the engraving was not allowed into court. It was inadmissible.
Yeah, why is that inadmissible?
So, look, guys, in my opinion, there's two fundamental problems here. One is police training. Nope, don't take, I've said it a billion times, I'm 100% right. You can see it in the video. They teach the cops to be cowards. They say to the cops, do not be selfish, don't care about the community. If you need to murder the community, it's fine as long as you don't take 1% of 1% chance. I mean, walking over and handcuffing that guy, I guess it's 1% of 1% of 1% chance that maybe he's got a nail file or something, or the air rifle. And how is he hiding a rifle in his shorts? A rifle was reported, right? So how's he hiding the rifle in his shorts? It doesn't matter. Don't take 1% of 1%. Don't get a hangnail. Murder that guy. He's got 2 kids at home. And those kids are never going to see their dad again because we train our cops murder at first sight. So don't ask questions, don't take any chances. You're supposed to protect us. And instead, you tell them, don't protect, only care about yourself. They teach them these moronic, morally hideous things like, better to be judged by 12 than carried out by 6. If the other guy's carried out by 6, we don't give a shit. He's just a citizen. Let him get carried out by 6. Let all of them get carried out by 6 people. Let them die, as long as I don't have to. And consequences, we get acquitted every time. Every time. And the second problem is the guns. So hot tub, there's a couple in the hot tub, they see a gun. I get why they're concerned. There's mass shootings every day. They report, it's not a gun, it's an air rifle, but they can't see straight. I don't blame them at all. I'd be concerned, right? So they're like, well, maybe some mass shooting. But there's a mass shooting every day, so the cops are concerned. They're like, oh, I could get murdered. There's mass shootings every day. Everyone has a gun. Everyone. If they reach for this way or that way, they have a gun, because it's kind of true. In America, there's at least 250 million guns. So everywhere is a gun. So the cops are like, I'm not taking any chances. Everybody's got 8 guns. So I'll just kill them and be done with it. So this combination, this literally lethal combination, is what is causing our cops to not protect us, but to systematically keep on shooting us.
There's definitely this sense of paranoia among cops throughout the country. There's no question about that. But in watching that video, and we didn't show you the full video, we showed you the most relevant parts, but the sense that I got from watching that video was that he enjoyed that power.
Oh, God.
And in the defense, during this trial, the argument was made that the reason why he reacted the way he did was because there was a woman in the hallway that he wanted to protect. But if you watch that video, he's threatening to shoot the woman in the hallway as well. And he seems drunk off that power. He seemed like he had already made up his mind before he pulled that trigger.
Even if there was a woman behind him, even if there was 28 people behind him, there was so much time for them to leave the building. Why didn't you just get them to safety? In the old days, look, there's no good old days. In the old days, they used to kill black people all the time too, unfortunately. Cops disproportionately, etc., right? But at least they would say, put your hands up. And then they would go to handcuff you. They would say freeze. You remember in all the TV shows, they used to say freeze, right? So now any wrong twitch, and that's why, Jimmy, you're right. If you're pulled over, you have a legitimate fear of your life. Now, by the way, since everyone is armed, I'm not armed, but almost the whole country's armed. Now you got legitimate fear of cops. Oh, Jesus, this is a recipe for absolute disaster. And look, some of the cops, like that guy looks like he's on a power trip. But it's not just bad apples. Chuck, it's the wrong goddamn training.
Well, what do you do if you're not the cop, but the other guy in that situation? What do you do if that's you? Some cops, you're at a hotel.
There's nothing you could do. Because what do? You're trying desperately to listen to his directions. He does everything he's told. Everything he's told.
He was sobbing. He was sobbing and begging for that
His
cop
life.
to not shoot him. He was begging for his life.
He kept saying, "Don't shoot me." And then you say, "Hey, look, I can't follow your directions because they're contradictory." Shut up! Shut up!
It's just a
well,
conversation.
I can't say anything. I can't say anything. I can't do anything. The same thing with Philando Castile. Put your hands up. Put your hands down. You put them down. Boom, you're dead. But you told me to get my ID. This guy, put your hands up. Put your hands down. Oh, you put your hands down. We think in that one split second, his shorts were going down, and he was trying to pull his shorts up. Oh, could have been reaching for a waistband. Could have been. They could have been.
Don't you have to see a gun before you shoot someone?
No, because they tell them. They tell cops throughout this, not every police department, and there's some great cops. We did a story just this week of that hero in Orlando who now they're gonna cut his salary and fire him, by the way. He went in first to the Orlando nightclub shooting and he saved people's lives and they're like, he's my hero, right? He has PTSD, wakes up with nightmares of Omar Mateen, a Muslim radical terrorist shooting people, right? And they're like, nope, I'm not gonna give you desk duty. I'm just gonna fire you right away so you don't complete your 10 years of service so your pension won't be longer. You take the good cops and you crush their souls. I did a story about a Baltimore cop who, after there was police abuse that he saw and they broke this guy's leg, he said, you shouldn't break guys' legs, right? After we had him in handcuffs. They throw dead rats on his car, they drove him out of Baltimore, okay? So yes, there's a lot of good cops, but overall the training is, remember, we don't care about the citizens at all. That's not our objective. Our objective is to be perfectly safe for us. Be selfish, and if you gotta shoot someone, even when you don't see a gun, doesn't matter. There are never any consequences.
TYT membership gets you commercial-free Young Turks. Download it, stream it, podcast it, get all the network shows, and support independent media. TYTnetwork.com/join.
Luis, please. Luis, please.
Calm down, sir.
This is a parent thing. And look how you're treating him. Can somebody explain to me why you came to this grade? Please. Please, can someone tell me why you come to this?
We will talk with you.
Luis, are you okay? Luis. Luis, are you okay?
He's fine.
Why you came to all this? Please, tell me. This.
Yeah, medical on the way, man.
This person, our youngest daughter, has been treating us like crap.
Okay, hey man, can you do me a favor real quick?
Yes.
Okay. When I get this under control, what I need you to do is I need an ID from you. I need an ID from you, okay? I understand that there's a domestic here. Someone hit someone.
Yes, I need my daughter.
You hit your daughter?
Yes.
Okay, a crime was committed. It's a domestic abuse. We came in here to investigate it. He refused to give his ID. I'm trying to give it to him. He got combative. That's why he got put in this position, okay?
But why is he bleeding?
I'm bleeding. All right, that's me. But I've got medical here. They're come check him out, make sure he's okay. But right now I need your ID.
Yes.
I need her ID, okay?
Yes, I need to record these also. Well, I'm recording.
I understand that. What I need is I need your ID, okay? Just stay with me.
It's incredible. You will see that man doesn't look for trouble at all.
Right now I need
at
to get your ID,
all.
okay?
Yes, I will give you my ID. I will give you, Papa.
Ma'am, listen.
You need to go ahead and step back.
Where's your car?
Yes, I'm step back.
Where's your car at?
It's there, turning on.
Okay, let's have a seat right here. See where this pole is?
You all 5 men. 5 men.
We're gonna let medical check
training,
you out real quick.
hitting that guy.
Listen.
Just because our daughter made bad decisions.
Getting yourself in trouble, okay? We need your ID. Okay?
Yes. Would you please, officer? And thank you, because I know you've been...
I'm trying to work with you, all right? I'm trying to be polite.
Papa!
Here, I need you to get this. I'm not going to go through your stuff. Get your ID out for me, okay? What I want you to do, I want you to move right here. I want you to have a seat right on this pole, okay?
I'm recording because
that's fine. You can record from over here, okay? Well, right now, he's got medical. Medical needs to take care of him. And we can't let you interfere with that, okay? Let medical take him out, make sure he's okay. Or just get your ID for me. Have a seat right here. And I'm going to talk to you about what happened between you and your daughter.
Okay.
How old is your daughter?
She's 19.
She's 19?
But she depends totally on us. She's in high school. She's been violating rules in our house.
And you struck her
lately.
today?
I'm sorry?
I understand you said you hit her?
I'm sorry?
You hit her?
Yes, I hit her.
Okay. Why'd you hit her?
Because she was lying to me.
She was lying to you?
She told me that she will go with these friends. We have a past situation. Papa! Is he okay? He doesn't move!
They've got him. They're going to take care of him.
He doesn't move! You kill him! You kill him!
He's getting medical attention right now. I just need to stay over here.
You're killing my husband!
They're going to take care of him. They're medical, okay?
I need to... Please, somebody tell me that he's alive! He's alive!
Here, stay over here.
I need to know that he's alive!
He's
Please!
alive. Well, hey, listen. Take a deep breath. I need you to look at me, okay? Take a deep breath. Stand up. Listen. He's okay. Medical's going to take care of him, okay? That's why they're here to check on him.
Oh my!
Okay? Get your ID.
For sure he's...
Listen, he said he's breathing. Get your ID. Focus on me. Take some deep breaths. Medical's here. They're going to take care of him, all right?
Can you
Here.
please?
I'll hold your phone. You want me to try to get that for you? Sure.
Is he okay? Is he alive? Please, somebody tell me he's alive. Thank you.
We're okay. Thank you, though. You want me to try to get that for you?
Yes.
Here, I'll let you hold your phone. I understand you're shaking. What I want you to do is...
Luis, please.
Calm down, sir.
He doesn't move.
They've got him. They're going to take care of him.
He doesn't move. You kill him. You kill him.
He's getting medical attention right now. I just need to stay over here.
You're killing my husband.
Moore, Oklahoma, February 15th, 2014, just after midnight. As the Rodriguez family left the Warren Theater, Luis walked after his wife, Nair. He was worried she may not be in the best condition to drive as she was angry. She just had an argument with her daughter, Lunai, and had slapped her. Before Luis reached his wife, a man approached him and demanded his ID. That man was soon joined by 4 friends. Luis tried to walk around those strangers. The well-being of his family was a higher priority. Yet one of those men grabbed Luis by the arm. Luis shrugged it away and tried to walk around, but was brought down. Lunai said that the 5 men repeatedly hit her father, despite the fact that he didn't resist. Nair started filming on her cell phone. She captured what were her husband's last known words. "I can't breathe."
Luis, please. Luis, please.
Shortly after, Rodriguez was dead. Michael Brooks Jimenez, an attorney representing the Rodriguez family, said, "Luis committed no crime. He wasn't armed, no gun, no knife, no weapon of any kind, but Luis was the one who lost his life that night." Those responsible for Rodriguez's death all subsist under the guise of serving and protecting. They are Ryan Menard, Joseph Bradley, and Brian Clarkston, employed at the Moore Police Outfit, and Tyler Hauser and Chad Strang, employed at the Oklahoma Department of Wildlife Conservation Outfit. Luis's life was taken because he failed to obey someone with a badge. Clarkston, Hauser, and Strang had been working security at the Warren Theater. The other two, Menard and Bradley, were present to assist with an unrelated call, helping to get a couple of sleeping drunks from the theater into a taxi. According to a report signed by more police employee Sean Aber, another theater patron approached those police employees and told them of an altercation that they had just witnessed and pointed to the location of the Rodriguez family. Hauser walked after Nair and called for her to stop, while Strang approached Luis and asked him what was going on. Luis responded, "It's none of your business, it's a family matter," though he eventually did disclose that Nair had struck Lunai. Clarkson acknowledges that Luis tried to get around Strang several times. Luis did not initiate physical contact, he stepped back, and he tried to walk around the men multiple times. It was Menard who approached Luis and tried to put him into an armbar. According to Aber's report, Luis pulled back and threw Menard off of him, so others stepped in to get Luis under control, which caused Menard and Luis to fall to the ground. Those involved have acknowledged that they used several compliance techniques to get Rodriguez under control, including the deployment of pepper spray. The family of the deceased have also claimed that Luis was kicked in the head. It was at this time that Nair started to record on her cell phone.
This is a parent thing. And look how you're treating him. Can somebody explain to me why you came to this grade? Please? Please, can someone tell me why you come to this?
We will talk with you.
Luis, are you okay? Luis! Luis, are you okay?
He's fine.
Why you came to all this? Please, tell me. This person, our youngest daughter, has been treating us like crap.
Okay, hey man, can you do me a favor real quick?
Yes.
Okay. I want to get this under control. What I need you to do is I need an ID from you. And I need an ID from you, okay? I understand that there's a domestic here. Someone hit someone.
Yes, I need my daughter.
You hit your daughter?
Yes.
Okay, a crime was committed. It's a domestic abuse. We came in here to investigate it. He refused to give his ID. We tried to give it to him. He got combative. That's why he got put in this position, okay?
But why is he bleeding?
I'm bleeding. All right, that's me. But I've got medical here. They're come check him out, make sure he's okay. But right now, I need your ID.
Yes.
I need her ID, okay?
Yes, I need to record this also. Well, I'm recording.
I understand that. What I need is I need your ID, okay? Just stay with me.
It's incredible. You will see that man doesn't look for trouble at all.
Right now, I need
at
your ID.
all. Okay? Yes, I will give you my ID. I will give you, Papa.
Ma'am, listen.
Y'all need to go ahead and step back. Where's your car?
Yes, I'm step back.
Where's your car at?
It's there, turning on.
Okay, let's have a seat right here. See where this pole is?
You all 5 men. 5 men.
We're gonna let medical check
training,
you out real quick.
Hitting that guy.
Listen.
Just because our daughter made bad decisions.
You're getting yourself in trouble, okay? We need your ID. Okay?
Yes. Would you please, officer? And thank you, because I know you've been...
I'm trying to work with you. I'm trying to be polite.
Papa!
Here, I need you to get this. I'm not going to go through your stuff. Get your ID out for me, okay? What I want you to do, I want you to move right here. I want you to have a seat right on the floor, okay?
I'm recording because
that's fine. You can record from over here, okay? But right now, he's got medical. Medical needs to take care of him, and we can't let you interfere with that, okay? Let medical check him out, make sure he's okay. Or just get your ID for me. Have a seat right here, and I'm going to talk to you about what happened between you and your daughter.
Okay.
How old is your daughter?
She's 19.
She's 19?
But she depends totally on us. She's in high school. She's been violating rules in our house
and you struck
lately.
Her today?
I'm sorry?
I understand you said you hit her?
I'm sorry?
You hit her?
Yes, I hit her.
Okay. Why'd you hit her?
Because she was lying to me.
She was lying to you?
She told me that she will go with these friends. We have a past situation. Papa! Is he okay? He doesn't move!
They've got him. They're going to take care of him.
He doesn't move! You kill him! You kill him!
He's getting medical attention right now. I just need to stay over here.
You're killing my husband!
They're going to take care of him. They're medical, okay?
I need to... Please, somebody tell me that he's alive! He's alive!
Aber's report, which classified the incident as a domestic and not as a homicide, put forth that Luis did not stop breathing until paramedics arrived, that he was stabilized at the medical center, and that he stopped breathing a second time, and for good, when he was in a CT machine. This is just a temporary facility for the Moore Medical Center. The previous facility had been destroyed by a tornado, and their new location not yet finished. The Rodriguez family believes that Luis died in the parking lot. Their lawyer, Brooks Jimenez, stated, "At this point, there's less to indicate that the hospital killed him, as opposed to what happened out in the parking lot of that theater." 3 days passed before anyone affiliated with the Moore police outfit made a public statement. Would it have taken 3 days for the colleagues of a police employee to speak out if one of their own had been beaten and suffocated to death by 5 non-police employees?
As I said, I don't believe any of my officers go into an event with ill intentions. They want to get in there and they want to get the information and they want to do their job.
That may be true. His colleagues may not have approached with ill intentions, but it was their actions, not their intentions, that ultimately took Luis's life.
All 5 officers were involved.
The day after the press conference, Nair stated, "I'm desperately screaming for the government to stop hiring criminals and give them license to kill anyone. We are human beings." After the incident, the Moore police employees involved, Menard, Bradley, and Clarkston, were placed on administrative leave. Are the 3 individuals I named, are they back working again? Or? Okay, but are they being paid right now?
Yes, they are.
And I was hoping to talk to someone and find out a little.
Yeah, I found him. I'm not the person.
Oh, okay.
Why don't you hang out in the lobby?
Okay.
You film it?
I am right now.
Turn it away.
Is this
They
public building?
declined. They don't want to. They don't want to interview with you.
Okay, who's they?
It's my bosses. So.
Okay. Okay. Can I leave a FOIA
No.
right to
No, we don't.
open records request with somebody up front or with y'all? It just says, "Please provide all content related to the complaints filed and disciplinary action taken for Oklahoma Department of Wildlife Conservation employees Tyler Hauser and Chad Strand pursuant to Oklahoma open records request."
I'm not sure. To tell you the truth, I don't know who handles that. But
Okay.
so we're not going to. You're not a legitimate media.
Well, anybody has the ability to turn in an open records request. So you're already going to deny this without it going through the channels?
I'll take your deal.
Okay,
I'll pass
appreciate it. And if you or your colleagues have any input to add to what's out there, I'd appreciate hearing. I called the Oklahoma Department of Wildlife Conservation outfit. I want to let you know I'm recording this call for my records, but I was hoping to learn if Oklahoma Department of Wildlife Conservation employees Tyler Hauser and Chad Strang were put on leave after the February 15th incident down in Moore, Oklahoma.
Who am I talking to?
Well, it's not relevant right now. I'm just seeking information, sir.
Okay, well, since all that's in under investigation still, the FBI is looking at that. Really, I'm not at much liberty to really talk about it. That's a personnel matter, and that we generally don't publicize those things.
Okay.
It has to deal with the personnel, and personnel records by law are supposed to be sealed.
Well, I know that's the standard operating procedure, but I've never heard that whether someone's been put on leave or not is related to a personnel matter.
Yeah, well, they've not been put on leave.
The day after Rodriguez was killed, February 16th, an autopsy was conducted on his body. 4 days later, his body was released to his family, and soon after, Nair said goodbye to her husband, Lunai said goodbye to her father, and other family and friends gave their well wishes. The investigation is still ongoing into the death of Luis Rodriguez. Though employees of the Cleveland County District Attorney's Office initially looked into the incident, they later requested those of the Oklahoma State Bureau of Investigation, or OSBI, to take over. Still outlined are the toxicology report and the medical examiner's report, which could take 2 months to complete. Footage of the incident, as was mentioned, was captured by Nair. Her phone was initially stolen by the colleagues of her husband's killers, and the footage copied. Once her phone was returned, that footage was released to the public on February 25th through her attorney, Brooks Jimenez. Immediately, there was an outpouring of support and questioning of the actions of those involved. The very next day, the Moore Police Facebook page was deactivated. Not yet seen by those in the public, or even Nair and Brooks Jimenez, is the security camera footage from the Warren Theater.
There is a Warren Theater security video. It's a parking lot video of cameras in the parking lot. It's not real clear. That's another thing that the investigators are looking at.
I spoke with a manager briefly, but was told he and his colleagues could not comment on the incident. Still, I wanted to get a better idea of what their cameras, that unreleased footage, may have captured. There were cameras on the building itself, as well as some on the light poles in the large parking lot. Based on the incident location, the 2 cameras that I think most likely to have captured relevant footage are this one and this one. Head honcho of the Moore Police outfit, Jerry Stillings, says he stands by his officers.
I know it's a difficult job, what they do, and they have my support.
Think about how these gentlemen who claim to protect and serve handle themselves. From the time Rodriguez was rolled over, without muscle tone or without response of any kind, and the involvement of medical personnel, 2 critical minutes passed. Why was there 0 attempt made to render medical aid?
I didn't see anything inappropriate on the cell phone video.
Scott Adams, who represents the killers, stated, "None of them did anything inappropriate. I'm confident that every one of them will be exonerated." Adams may be correct, at least in part, as we saw for those who beat Rodney King and who killed Kelly Thomas and who have been involved in so many other similar unnecessary tragedies. You can never achieve justice, accountability, or transparency from an institution that's founded on coercion. Those who initiate force, so long as they don a badge, may not face repercussions within the injustice system, but that certainly doesn't mean they didn't do anything inappropriate. Luis refused to produce ID upon command. For that, he was killed.
And if someone does not cooperate with that investigation, we have to do what we have to do to get that information.
These unnecessary situations will continue to destroy lives and to negatively impact families and communities until we each choose to operate according to the fact that badges don't grant extra rights.
Hey! 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 Put the knife down! Put the knife down! Put the knife down! David 33, shots fired, Warren Howell. Subject wouldn't drop the knife.
Shots fired, Warren Howell. Units for David 33. Supervisor monitoring.
Ma'am, he had a knife and he wouldn't drop it.
David 33, your status.
Under control, suspect's down.
Copy, suspect down. Control to the spot rep.
You okay, bud?
Yeah, I'm okay.
Anybody else?
He
had the knife open. I approached him and asked him to drop it multiple times. He would have dropped it, turns towards me. With it open.
Hey, glove up. You're going to be the arrest team.
That's the knife off there to the left.
Okay? Good. You, hold on, guys. Get over here. Get in single file. We'll walk together, all right? He's a designated shooter. He's already shot him. He'll shoot him again if need be. Get behind me. Let's move up.
Ready?
I got the suspect. We're going to move up, all right, Dave? Go.
Moving.
Ready to get suspect. Okay. Grab him. Grab his hand. Roll him over. Grab his hand.
Okay, you ready? Yep. You okay? Yep. All right. Good. Okay. What? I'm up. I got my foot on it. Okay. I'm not getting the knife.
Okay? If you stay with him, please, until he goes home. Okay? Till he goes home. Okay? As long as you don't get hurt. Okay? Yeah. As long as you don't get hurt.
Copy and fire is en route.
Okay.
Finished by
Yeah, I'm fine. Nothing on it. No, just had a knife. Yeah, he had it out. He was carving it up that board with it open. I approached him in the stool, instructed him to drop it multiple times, and he wouldn't do it. Good job. Yeah. How you doing? I'm all right. He had it open. I asked him to drop it multiple times. He was carving up that board. He kind of turned towards me. Did the right thing.
If you're a police officer and you beat a man to death, but he dies in the hospital later, can you get away with it by saying that it was the hospital's fault? Apparently, that's what Officer Ramos is trying to do. His lawyer is claiming that it was the medics at St. Jude Medical Center that treated Kelly Thomas, the 37-year-old homeless schizophrenic who was killed by police officers just last year. He's trying to claim that it wasn't his fault that Kelly Thomas died. It was the fact that he didn't get adequate medical attention. So let me just get this straight for you here. If I beat someone in such a way that it causes them to be about to die if they don't get medical attention, and then because the medical attention isn't there, then it's not my fault that they were killed. Right, okay. This is Officer Ramos of the Fullerton Police Department, and this is a case we covered when it happened last year on the TV show. And I'm really glad that we're able to do this follow-up now, thanks to Infowars.com. This happened in Fullerton, California, and they're just going to trial now. And it turns out that there is surveillance video camera footage of the attempt, or of the attack. The video begins with officers forcing an unlawful backpack search, a familiar tactic that is becoming a normality. Officer Ramos presents his request with the guise of wanting to get on with his day. Quote, "We just got to figure out your name so we can get out of here and go about our business. That's all." 3 minutes into the video, it's evident Ramos was just looking for an excuse to start a fight. Officer Ramos can be heard muttering obscenities to Thomas while putting on latex gloves.
No, keep my fist. Yeah, what about him?
There's this weird scene where the officer detains him and sits him down and says, "Now stick your feet out in front of you," as in extend your legs. "Now put your hands on your knees." And he has to lean back on this weird park bench to stick his feet out. And he's obviously confused.
Put your hands on your fucking knees. Put your feet out in front of you.
Well, which one is it, dude?
Both.
I can't do both.
Well, you're gonna have to do it real quick.
You can hear on the video him screaming, and I remember when we covered the report, You could hear, we reported that he was calling for his father, who was a former officer himself, and you can hear him screaming, "Dad, Dad," as he's getting beaten now by 6, 7 police officers that have come to the scene. There's a pool of blood on the ground from the beating. The officers that come, this is what really is sick about the police department here and the mentality of law enforcement in the United States. That when cops show up to respond to an altercation and it's a cop beating up a homeless man, trying to subdue him, and he does, to be fair, it does seem that he is forcibly resisting arrest, although at no point hostile towards the officers. But he says he's trying to get his hands behind his back, and there are, at this point, 3 or 4 officers already on top of him, and Officer Ramos is saying, "Get your hands behind your back, get your hands behind your back." And he says, okay, I'm sorry. And Kelly Thomas is apologizing over and over again, saying, I'm sorry. And there are 6 officers around him then, while they're trying to get him handcuffed. And I can't tell from the video, it's impossible from the angle, if they have him handcuffed or not at this point, but they're still beating him. And I don't care how strong someone is, if you're a police officer and you have 3 guys helping you out and you can't get a guy's hands behind his back to cuff him, and so you just keep beating the shit out of him until he's dead in a hospital, that doesn't really cut it. But the fact is that these officers that showed up didn't assess the situation beyond, oh, it's a cop beating someone else up, he must be a threat, let's help beat him up. And that's the other officers that come to the scene don't come in and rush down and get on top of him and properly subdue him with force to put his hands behind his back and handcuff him. No, they help Officer Ramos beating him. They're kicking him, kneeing him, and that's what's so fucked up here. There are only 2 officers that are being charged. Officer Ramos and Ciccinelli. They also tasered him. Multiple times tasered him, and they couldn't get him handcuffed, so they had to keep beating him. I mean, the idea of tasers is that you can cause someone without causing damage to drop to their knees, to give up resistance because of the overwhelming pain. And it works. I can tell you, I've been tasered. It might not be something that freaks you out or is overwhelming pain, but it's overwhelming enough that you can't really do anything else while you're being tasered. Except maybe scream and struggle spastically. So what happened? He was in a coma for 5 days before he died in a hospital. And I think it's important to call attention to this story and stories like this, because there is an increasing trend in police abusing their powers, and it happens at the cultural level. It's not just at the systemic level. It's not just because of the law, although that's the premise for it. The reason it happens is the culture, that it's considered acceptable, and police are generally not held accountable for their actions. So that's why I'm really glad that this case is going to trial, that this case is hopefully going to get some accountability for the officers involved. But the excuse, Ramos's lawyer is claiming it was the medics at St. Jude Medical Center that treated Thomas that were ultimately responsible for his death, right? It couldn't be that ordeal and that beating that we put him through that put him in the hospital in the first place. It was the hospital workers that caused his death. However, Dr. Michael Lakawa, a chief trauma surgeon at UCI, where Thomas was later transferred under questioning, stated that St. Jude's did everything right. And he acknowledged that doctors at St. Jude's had informed him about the difficulty of inserting a breathing tube into Thomas's mouth necessary to deter low levels of oxygen in the blood. Although he testified prior to viewing the video, after seeing it, Lakawa could see why, under the weight of the officers on top of him, Thomas's brain was starving for oxygen. Fucking sick shit. We'll be following this, and I hope they throw the book at these cops, for lack of a better term to describe what I would want to see happen to them. I mean, really, what should have happened is that an armed citizen, if they had witnessed the entire proceeding, should have shot those cops while it was happening. Yeah. And I don't think that's going to happen. But really, in a just world, if there was someone there who was armed, who cared about justice, who wanted to save this man's life, those cops wouldn't be on trial after unpaid or paid leave, whatever it was they got for this incident. And they would have been shot right there. That would have been the end of it. And that would have been justice for Kelly Thomas, who might be alive today if the American culture of law enforcement was not one in which we abdicated our responsibility to look out for each other and provide for the public safety, and instead institutionalized this sick, perverse government that hires thugs to, well, control, kill, and beat us into submission rather than actually provide for the public safety.
Welcome to Audit the Audit, where we sort out the who and what and the right and wrong of police interactions. This episode covers 911 calls, probable cause, and investigatory negligence, and is brought to us by General General's channel. Be sure to check out the description below and give them the credit that they deserve. Let's dive right in and audit the interaction. On November 17th, 2018, realtor Jerry Isham and prospective home buyer Anthony Edwards were viewing a home in the West Prince Hills subdivision in Cincinnati, Ohio. After entering the residence using the lockbox that Mr. Isham had access to, the neighbor across the street, retired Cincinnati police officer Thomas Brannigan, called 911.
The house is for sale, but it's not an open house today. And I just seen two male black subjects force the front door open.
After receiving the call, the dispatcher put out a notice for officers to respond to a breaking and entering.
Number B&E 1093 Morado Drive. Two males forced entry into the front door. No further at this time. 1093 Morado Drive, 3221.
Before approaching the residence, officers made contact with Mr. Brannigan to confirm what he had witnessed.
Came up, pulled on the door, pulled backward a couple times to the door, put his shoulder into the door and opened it. On this 1093.
Officers then attempt to make contact with Mr. Isham and Mr. Edwards.
Where's Knox at? I got movement in there. Address is 1093 Morado. Pete, they're right up there by you.
This is the body cam of Officer Rose Valentino. Note that Officer Valentino has already drawn her weapon, although no immediate threat has presented itself, and she has no reason to believe that either Mr. Isham or Mr. Edwards has a weapon or is armed in any way. Officer Valentino is the only officer on the scene that ever draws her weapon during this interaction.
Pete, they're right up by your window. I'll order him to come out.
Hey guys, come on out. Tell Knox coming out front.
Knox! Hands up!
My hands up, what y'all doing?
Tell your friend to come out too. Hands up.
Come on out, man. We got an appointment to see this house. Well, people saw you forcing your way in, that's why we're here. Oh man, I don't know. They just white people calling the police doing that. I ain't even gonna buy the house. Told me on a good day, but he sees somebody going into a house. I ain't gonna buy the house. I ain't even gonna buy it.
How'd you just get in?
He a realtor.
At this point, officers have been informed that Mr. Isham is a realtor and that he and Mr. Edwards have an appointment to see the house. In the 2014 case of Navarrete v. California, the Supreme Court held that information offered in the form of a tip can be used to support reasonable suspicion and justify an investigatory stop. The court firmly rejected the argument that reasonable cause for an investigative stop can only be based on the officer's personal observation rather than on information supplied by another person. The court favored the reliability of certain citizens and circumstances over others and pointed to factors that could contribute to the authenticity of information offered by 911 callers. The court held that statements about an event made soon after perceiving that event are especially trustworthy because they leave open only a small amount of time for deliberate or conscious misrepresentation. A similar rationale applies to a statement related relating to a startling event made while the declarant was under the stress of excitement that it caused. Unsurprisingly, 911 calls that would otherwise be inadmissible hearsay have often been admitted on those grounds. Given that Mr. Brannigan is a retired officer who has received proper police training and is also familiar with the area, it is likely that a court would consider his information more reliable than an average citizen's and declare that Mr. Brannigan's observations justified an investigatory stop.
Turn around. Till we can confirm. Turn around. Until we can confirm.
Officer Valentino decides to handcuff Mr. Isham until they can confirm the nature of their business on the property, despite already being told why the men were there. Notice that the officers only needed Mr. Brannigan's testimony as justification to suspect Mr. Isham and Mr. Edwards of committing a crime. But Mr. Isham and Mr. Edwards' testimony that they belong there is not enough to dispel the officers' suspicions. The officers are assuming that Mr. Isham and Mr. Edwards are guilty and expect them to prove their innocence rather than responding to a call in an attempt to ascertain what actually happened. I have made a video that discusses the guilty until proven innocent doctrine in more detail, which I will link in the info card above. It is clear that Mr. Brannigan's opinion of what happened here dictated the actions of the officers, and that the officers demonstrated a complete disregard for the alibis of Mr. Isham and Mr. Edwards, ranking the observations of Mr. Brannigan far above the credentials and reasonable explanation offered by Mr. Isham and Mr. Edwards.
Did you use a key? Where's the key at? Where at? Okay, have a seat.
We was white, they wouldn't have did this.
So what are you talking about, man? That's some
You got some type of realtor ID on you?
I don't give a
that.
You're white or black. We're doing our job.
I didn't say you wasn't.
It's in your pocket or your car?
But that's bullshit, though.
Okay, you want...
Two black guys.
Turn around.
Until this point, Mr. Isham had been the only one in handcuffs. It wasn't until the officers grew tired of Mr. Edwards' verbal protest that they decide he is enough of a threat and that they have enough evidence to place him into handcuffs.
Where's the,
Why were you going to jail?
where's it at?
Break in, then you're not going to jail.
Huh?
That's called being detained.
What?
I couldn't hear you.
Where's your realtor ID?
You got anything served on? No, you can take them to open the jacket up. I got ID in my pocket. Y'all didn't ask for the ID.
Where's your, do you have, like, ID on you? Which pocket, sir? You've got lots of pockets. Turn around.
Stretch your legs. Yeah, dude.
It's amazing.
It is amazing. There's been two white guys.
Yeah, we would. Because you ride along, you know what we do, huh? You know how we do our job, don't you?
It's an incredible day.
Step down here.
It's every day. This is the everyday shit. Now you're searching it like we got drugs and dope.
Knox, I didn't search, I didn't,
You got an ID on you somewhere?
pat between his crotch and stuff for weapons, but he's got an ID and he's got realty cards on. Who'd you arrange this with?
Are you the only two in there?
And you got into the key box?
Yeah.
Okay. That stuff doesn't fly. We got called and told that you guys forced entry, which is why.
I don't care. So just stop. I don't care. I mean, you have an ID on him?
Yeah. And he's got realty cards on.
Although Mr. Brannigan's 911 call did offer the officers reasonable suspicion to conduct an investigatory detention, it did not grant the officers the probable cause needed to conduct a search of Mr. Isham's pockets. The doctrine of the Terry frisk grants officers the authority to conduct a pat-down search of individuals they suspect may be armed and dangerous, but the Terry frisk is extremely limited in its scope and only applies to the exterior of an individual. An officer cannot automatically frisk everyone lawfully stopped under the Terry doctrine. In addition to reasonable suspicion that criminal activity is afoot, the officer must also be able to articulate reasonable suspicion that the suspect is armed and dangerous. Officer safety alone will not justify a frisk. The officer must be able to articulate why officer safety was an issue and exactly what risk risk or danger to the officer or others existed. Officer Valentino began her search by going directly into the pockets of Mr. Isham without probable cause to do so.
That's up to you. We have nothing to do with what you buy and what you don't buy. I go right around the corner. Okay. So you're surprised there are a lot of houses that get broken into. When someone sees what they believe is that, we have to look into it. That's what we have to do. We have to look into it. We don't know who you are. No, I'm talking about you. I'm talking about one of the colleges made the complaint. Stole us. That's not what was reported to us.
Do you have the key to the lockbox on you? Is it in the house?
Why we approach things a certain way. Your race has nothing to do with it.
Hey, which pocket is it?
I don't know.
What about the little, shouldn't it be like in a little...
my pocket somewhere.
Okay, well, I can't find it. Turn around, sir.
It is not until a full search of the residence and further consultation with Sergeant Titus Fillmore is completed that Officer Knox instructs Officer Valentino to remove the handcuffs from Mr. Isham and Mr. Edwards.
Sorry about that, sir. We can only go by what's reported to us, okay?
I thought I had it in my
Yeah, I couldn't find it, so...
Put it back on? No, not yet.
Still left it inside.
It is important to note that officers negligently allowed Mr. Brannigan to freely roam the scene instead of securing the location to conduct an investigation. After releasing Mr. Isham and Mr. Edwards, the officers left the scene without making an arrest or investigating further. On July 15, 2019, Mr. Isham and Mr. Edwards filed a lawsuit naming the city of Cincinnati as well as Officer Valentino, Officer Knox, and Officer Pete. The complaint alleged that the officers violated the Fourth Amendment rights of the two men and that the city failed to properly train its officers on the constitutional rights of individuals. Approximately 3 days after the complaint was filed, the city of Cincinnati agreed to pay Mr. Isham and Mr. Edwards a total of $151,000, as well as issue an official apology and implement implicit bias training for all city employees. Overall, Officers Valentino, Knox, and Pete get an F for detaining Mr. Isham and Mr. Edwards without considering the legitimacy of their alibi, conducting an illegal search of the two men, and negligently conducting an investigation by allowing Mr. Brannigan to remain on the scene. Far too often do law enforcement officers abandon the objective obligations of an investigation in favor of the information that they received first, especially if it came from a retired police officer. An investigation hinges on the acquisition of clues and the equal consideration of all aspects of the scenario in question. The streamlining of police duties and the improper training of officers has created a divide between the philosophical nature of law enforcement and its practical application on the streets. Many officers simply want to get their job done and move on to the next call, which often results in negligent investigations and improper policing. Perhaps the greatest failure of the officers involved in this interaction was the utter disregard for the fundamental principles of law enforcement. Mr. Edwards gets an A-, and Mr. Isham gets an A+. Although both men composed themselves relatively well during this encounter, Mr. Isham was extremely collected and remained silent as much as possible. Mr. Edwards was fairly calm for being unexpectedly held at gunpoint, but he was certainly more vocal about his disdain for the officer's actions and chose not to invoke his right to remain silent. This type of behavior can often lead to further instigation and sometimes can result in a loss of life or lawsuit due to the reckless nature of emotionally charged speech. It is always best to remain silent as much as possible within reason. I commend Mr. Isham and Mr. Edwards for taking legal action against the officers and the city, and for ultimately being an agent of change in regards to the implicit bias training undergone by the public employees of Cincinnati. Let us know if there's an interaction or legal topic you would like us to cover in the comments below. Thank you for watching, and don't forget to like and subscribe for more police interaction content.
Suspects is still inside. Parking lot waiting for
That copy, suspect possibly still inside for the complainant.
32 form the other side around the building. Now you're correcting that K9 coming.
8123 responding. I'm about 1 minute out. That copy.
35.
3235 repeat.
Where's
Copy.
43, we're all over.
Where's Knox at?
Copy.
Movement in there.
Address is 1093 Murado.
Pete, they're right up there by you. Pete, they're right up by your window. I'll order him to come out.
Hey guys, come on out. Tell Knox come around front.
Knox! Hands up!
Hands up, what y'all doing?
Tell your friend to come out too. Hands up.
Come on out, man. We got fucking appointments to see this out.
Well, people saw you forcing your way in, that's why we're here.
Oh man, I don't know. They just white people calling the goddamn police doing that bullshit.
Okay.
And I ain't even gonna buy the house.
Being a good neighbor, if you see somebody going into a house.
I ain't gonna buy the house. I ain't even gonna buy it.
How'd you just get in?
He a realtor.
Turn around. Till we can confirm. Turn around.
That's lost right there.
Until we can confirm. Did you use a key? Where's the key at? Where at?
Don't worry. It's lost.
Okay. Have a seat.
We was white, they wouldn't have did this.
So what are you talking about, man? That's some ignorant shit you're talking about.
You got some type of realtor ID on you?
I don't give a
Where's
damn
that?
if you're white or black. We're doing our job
I
here.
didn't say you wasn't.
It's in your pocket or your car?
But that's bullshit, though.
Okay, you want
Two black guys.
Turn around.
Two black guys. I want to go to jail.
Where's the
Why were you going to jail?
Where's it at?
Break in, you're not going to jail.
Put me
Huh?
in handcuffs if I was white.
That's called being a
what?
I couldn't hear you.
Where's your realtor ID?
That's it or anything, man. You got anything sharp on?
No, you Take them to open the jacket up. I got ID in my pocket. Y'all didn't ask for the ID.
Where's your, do you have, like, ID on you? Which pocket, sir? You've got lots of pockets. Turn around.
Stretch your legs. Yeah, dude. It's amazing. It is amazing. There's been two white guys. Yeah, we would. If you ride along, you know what we do, huh? You know how we do our job, don't you? It's an incredible day. Except down here. It's every day. This is the everyday shit. Not the holiday. Now you're searching it like you got drugs and dope.
Knox, I didn't search, I didn't,
You got an ID on you somewhere?
pat between his crotch and stuff for weapons, but he's got an ID and he's got realty cards on. Who'd you arrange this with?
Are you the only two in there?
And you got into the key box?
Yeah.
Okay, that stuff doesn't fly. We got called and told that you guys forced entry, which is why.
I don't care. So just stop. I don't care. I mean, do you have an ID on him?
Yeah, and he's got realty cards on.
Take a deep breath and relax. Not bad. That's up to you. We had nothing to do with what you buy and what you don't buy. I go right around the corner. To your surprise, there are a lot of houses we broken into. When someone sees what they believe is that, we have to look into it. That's what we have to do. We have to look into it. We don't know who you are. No, I'm talking about you. I'm talking about what is the cause you make the point? So us get that's not what was reported to us. I understand what was reported.
Do you have the key to the lockbox on you? Is it in the house?
Why we approach things a certain way. Your race has nothing to do with it.
Okay, which pocket is it?
I don't know.
What about the little, shouldn't it be like in a little...
pocket.
Okay, well, I can't find it. Turn around, sir.
Are you taking the other car?
Again, everything is important these days, my friend. Bro, what are you worried about? You ain't about the house. You alright? Yeah, I'm just. I know it's fun to you. We out here. I'll call you. Okay. You don't want to go up here on that's one up the street. I don't even want to live. Okay. No problem.
Sorry about that, sir. We can only go by what's reported to us, okay?
I thought I had it in my
yeah, I couldn't find it, so.
No, not yet.
Just left it inside. Yeah.
There's a very tiny group of people who call to abolish the police. That is not an actual movement. And the call to defund the police, might sound like a very simplistic way of handling this, and I get it, and it's also vulnerable to misinterpretation and all of that. But when you consider the fact that defunding the police would just simply take some of the funding that the police departments have been given throughout the years and divert some of that funding to actual social services that are supposed to be handling certain issues within the community, then it makes a lot of sense. So for instance, cops are asked to do all sorts of things that they're just not experts in carrying out. They are not mental health professionals. Clearly, they're not mental health professionals. So instead of funding mental health in our communities, we're increasing the budgets for local cops. And it doesn't make any sense, right? We criminalize behavior that should not be criminalized. We should be diverting that money to creating social programs that help solve the issues we're seeing in our communities, like homelessness. In our community, Cenk, I'm sure you've seen it. I've experienced it firsthand. You see homeless people out on the street, and what happens? People living in those neighborhoods don't like it. They call the cops come in, and they start issuing citations and criminalizing being homeless, being poor. That doesn't make sense. Instead of funding the cops to take care of that, why don't we use that money to do something about affordable housing in our communities? So it's a complex issue. I get that the rallying cry comes across as overly simplistic, but my issue is, you know, for all the naysayers, they're going to have an issue with whatever the rallying cry is. They have no interest in actual, like if the rallying cry was simply reform the police, you don't think that conservatives would still have some sort of problem with it? Of course they would. And this is a complex issue that you're trying to get the message across for. So what should the message be? What would be the accurate message that would not be purposely misinterpreted by dishonest actors?
Look, Anna, there's a couple of things there. First of all, yes, I agree with you. The right wing, and including centrist Democrats, including Joe Biden, would push back on any message. But we don't have to make it easy for them. And that's what we're doing when we say defund the police. It'll immediately gut check folks that are regular voters and not knee deep in activist politics. Immediately go, what do you mean? Does that mean I'm going to be unsafe and there's not going to be no cops? I'm out. I'm out. Look, I'll guarantee it to you right here. Look, I'm curious. The reason I want to do the polls is because I want to get a sense of what you guys think. You're progressive, and your opinion doesn't always match mine, obviously, right? And Anna and I often disagree. But every political instinct I have says that this will poll disastrously. Now, why does that matter? Because if you don't win elections, you can't actually get the goddamn change. So if we want to feel good about chanting things at a protest, great, chant defund the police. If you don't lose 80% of voters, go for it. But I think it's a terrible idea. That's my opinion. Look, we got the video of Jacob Frey getting booed out of the Minneapolis thing. I mean, look at it. Look at it. You tell me if they don't mean abolition of police, they have a funny way of showing it.
Jacob Frey, we have a yes or no question for you. Yes or no, will you commit to defunding Minneapolis Police Department?
Abolition of it?
What did I say? We don't want no more police. Is that clear? We don't want people with guns toting around in our community, shooting us down. You have an answer? It is a yes or a no. It is a yes or a no. Will you defund the Minneapolis Police Department?
Loud and clear. Louder. All right. Hey! You're wasting our time. Get out of here. Get out. Go home, Jacob. Go home. 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 Shame, 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 shame.
I'll tell you right now, that video is an absolute disaster. You want to win elections so we can get change, so we can actually change the police, so we can defund a third, 50%, 2/3, depending on the context of the police, to get it to the right agencies that should be working with people, including the homeless. You got to win elections. If you tell people we're going to totally abolish police, You'll never win another election in the entire country. I don't care if it's in the most Vermont area in the world, in the country. You won't win an election. That's crazy. That is the most damaging video I've ever seen for the progressive movement. Those people do not speak for the majority of progressives.
And look, there are variations depending on which city you're in, because this is a complex issue that impacts cities in different ways. So what the community in Minneapolis would like to see with the police department is probably very different from what the communities in other areas of this country want, right? So in that particular video, you have protesters, yes, who called for the abolition of the police department. Got it. But what I'm seeing, and I think that most people can agree with this, is a call to divert some of the budget that's directed toward police departments, towards social services that make sense. To give you a statistic that should blow your mind, because it blew my mind, and I tweeted the report about this written by David Sirota. The Urban Institute did a study that looked into population growth between 1977 and 2017. The population in the United States grew by 50%, but the police budget for local police departments grew by 173%. These are bloated budgets, and we are doing this to the detriment of social programs that need to be funded, that have been severely defunded throughout the decades. Okay, so when you have coronavirus completely ravaging the finances of municipalities throughout this country, and you see an increase in the budget for the local police department while everything else gets cut, including education, you got to ask yourselves, like, is this really what the priority needs to be right now? Because I'll tell you something, when people don't have opportunities, what do you think happens? Lack of opportunities has a strong correlation to an uptick in violence and crime. People are desperate. And I just think that the priorities have been wrong. So I don't want to generalize and pretend as though every protester out there is on the same page and wants the same thing. That's just not the case.
Yeah, look, I don't know you could find anyone in this country for the last decade that has been as loud as I have been. And we have to change police culture completely. It's all wrong. They're told to do overwhelming violence. They have a giant budget that is totally not proportional to the needs of the communities. But if you go and tell any community in Minneapolis, any race, any income group, it doesn't matter. Should we abolish police altogether? They're going to say no, and they're going to say no in overwhelming numbers. So those 20 activists there that are chanting against the mayor, they do not represent any so-called community other than hard left progressive activists. And if you're in that community, I love your brothers and sisters, and maybe you're doing a great job in pushing the Overton window, and that's why some people might vote that, hey, it is good framing, because it pushes the conversation so far in one direction, and then maybe we settle in the middle. That's an interesting strategy. But if you actually believe you're going to get Americans to abolish police, that's not, you live on a different planet, not this one.
Thanks for watching The Young Turks. Really appreciate it. Another way to show support is through YouTube memberships. You'll get to interact with us more. There's live chat emojis, badges. You've got emojis of me, Anna, John, JR. So those are super fun. But you also get playback of our exclusive member-only shows and specials right after they air. So all of that, all you gotta do is click that join button right underneath the video. Thank you.
At the risk of getting emotional again, just saw an update on Twitter that Martin Gugino is in stable condition, but still in serious condition as well, and not out of the hospital and not out of the woods. And if he dies in that hospital. All right. Sorry, Anna.
Yeah, it just, you know, like the thing I can't get past is like how do people like those cops even exist? Like there's so many of them and they do not care about humans at all. Like how do you push an elderly man to the ground like that? Like I just can't. Anyway, all right, give me a minute.
Look, yeah, I'll say something. Well, look, this isn't going to help in the first, but yeah, Look, Anna said if she pictures her dad, and when she said that, I pictured my dad, which I hadn't. Oof. Well, what would I do? What would I do if I saw them do that to my dad? Anyway, that's part of why he's so heroic, because he's out there trying to support young African American males and says, you're going to have to come through me. And they did. But, you know, there's all these nuns that do the same thing, plowshares, and they go and they break into nuclear facilities, they get labeled terrorists, etc. Nobody ever pays any attention. And they do it anyway. They do it 1,000. As I was reading to you earlier, Martin goes and protests against torture. He goes and helps prisoners in Attica. And I'll tell you one more thing. None of this is helping in us getting any less emotional about it. But when I read about how he's been trying to make Dr. King's vision come true all these years, there's power in what you do. And so, for God's sake, plant a seed, because Dr. King planted a seed, and many, many, many years later, Martin Gugino is an oak, a mighty oak in that forest that Dr. King planted, and he was a mighty oak whether you ever found out about him or not. And imagine, and so we get discouraged sometimes. You get discouraged sometimes.
Sometimes.
Imagine being Martin. He's 75 years old. Oh man, we should have done this at the end. He still hasn't gotten discouraged.
Yeah, I don't know how. I really don't.
Thanks for watching The Young Turks. Really appreciate it. Another way to show support is through YouTube memberships. You'll get to interact with us more. There's live chat emojis, badges. You've got emojis of me, Anna, John, JR. So those are super fun. But you also get playback of our exclusive member-only shows and specials right after they air. So all of that, all you gotta do is click that join button right underneath the video. Thank you.
Get that. Don't hit him with that stick, yo. Oh my goodness, get your, oh my God, get your, no, please stop, what the,
You're not doing anything, you f***ing bitch! What the?
yeah!
Hey, bro, watch it! Stop hitting! Hey, stop! Hey, bro, ain't nobody touching you! Ain't nobody...
Shaver, who is dead because of the Mesa Police Department. He was traveling to Mesa from out of town. He works for an exterminator company, and he had a pellet gun that he used to kill birds, I guess, as part of his job. And so he was in his hotel room, and apparently other hotel patrons saw him with the pellet gun inside his room. And so they called the cops. Cops show up, and what you're about to see is very graphic, difficult to watch, but here's how they handled it. And I want you to keep close attention to Shaver's behavior, where his hands are, and how he did not pose a threat at all.
Before we go to the video, one more piece of important context. What was reported into the cops was something that resembled a rifle, okay? Now it turns out it was a pellet gun, but does it look like he's got a rifle on him? And does it look like they're training the cops in Mesa right?
Extremely graphic here.
Extremely graphic, yes. This is one of the toughest videos to watch. But this is what cops are doing. We gotta show you so we can fix it and have them protect and serve. But for the moment being, this is what's happening.
Stop right there! Stop! Stop! Get on the ground, both of you! Lay down on the ground! Lay down on the ground!
Who else is in the room? Nobody. Since apparently we have a failure for you to comprehend simple instructions, I'm going to go over some of them again, okay? Can you both hear and understand me?
Yes.
All right. If you make a mistake, another mistake, there's a very severe possibility you're both going to get shot. Do you understand that?
Yes.
I do.
Yes. All right. Shut up. I'm not here to be tactful or diplomatic with you. You listen, you obey. For one thing, did I tell you to move, young man? Did I tell you to put both your hands on the top of your head and interlace your fingers? Take your feet and cross your left foot over your right foot. If you move, we're going to consider that a threat, and we are going to deal with it, and you may not survive it. Do you understand me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, young man, listen to my instructions and do not make a mistake. You are to keep your legs crossed. Do you understand me?
Yes, sir.
You are to put both of your hands palm down, straight out in front of you. Push yourself up to a kneeling position. I said keep your legs crossed.
I'm sorry.
I didn't say this in conversation. Hands your hair! Hands up in the air! You do that again, we're shooting you. Do you understand?
Do not shoot me.
Then listen to my instructions.
I'm trying to just do what you
Don't talk, listen! Hands straight up in the air. Do not put your hands down for any reason. You think you're gonna fall, you better fall on your face. Your hands go back in the small of your back or down. We are going to shoot you. Do you understand me?
Yes, sir.
Crawl towards me. Crawl towards me!
Yes, sir.
Don't talk!
Jesus Christ, man. You think we don't need police reform in this country? What is wrong with you? If you, again, whether it's race or not race, look at those two people were white. It's power versus the powerless. And one thing he said there stuck out to me. He said, you listen, you obey. For God's sake, conservatives, you should be on our side here. You're worried about big government power? I mean, does it get any more big government power than that? You listen, you obey to the government and play this insane, murderous Simon Says game. And then he was trying to do everything right and they mowed him down. You're telling me Mesa Police Department doesn't have problems? You're telling me that they didn't get trained to brutalize the citizens? No, there's no coincidence that large that one after another, they continue to brutalize the people they're supposed to serve. It needs absolute whole-scale reform. By the way, one of the good things Obama did was he was trying to do reform of police departments that were notorious like Mesa. Now, Jeff Sessions and Donald Trump have come in. They stopped all reform and said, no, keep going.
Grand jury decided not to charge the cop who shot Daniel Shaver. So,
2 easy ways to follow the Young Turks. One is hit the subscribe button down below. then you're a TYT subscriber. And second is ring the bell. And when you do that on YouTube, you're notified of our videos.
Three cops in North Carolina have been fired after a police department audit of video recordings captured the officers saying pretty evil and racist things, including one of them hoping that there would be a new civil war to, quote, wipe Black people off the map, and that he was ready to be part of that civil war. So the Wilmington Police Department in North Carolina took the action against Corporal Jesse Moore and officers Kevin Piner and Brian Gilmore. Each was accused of violating standards of conduct, criticism, and use of inappropriate jokes and slurs. So how were these recordings discovered? Well, a sergeant was conducting a video audit, as I mentioned earlier, as part of a monthly inspection that was reviewing footage from Piner's car that had been classified as accidental activation. After the sergeant listened to the conversation and determined comments made by Piner and Moore were extremely racist, she contacted the department administrator for the camera system. Now, I'm gonna go to the details of what was said in these recordings. Piner, in one of them, told Moore that he feels a civil war is coming and that he is ready. Piner said that he was going to buy an assault rifle and soon, quote, "We are just going to go out and start slaughtering them." And then he used an expletive to refer to Black people. "I can't wait, God, I can't wait." Moore responded that he wouldn't do that. Piner told Moore that he felt a civil war was needed to wipe them off the effing map. That'll put them back about 4 or 5 generations. Moore told Piner he was crazy, and the recording stopped a short time later. Gilmore, hired by the department in 1997, said that whites were now worshiping Blacks, adding he'd seen a video of a fine-looking white girl and his little punk pretty boy bowing down and kissing their toes. The two then complained about Black officers on the force, calling one a piece of expletive, and then complaining that another was sitting on his ass during the protests. Let's see how his boys take care of him when things get rough. See if they don't put a bullet in his head. I mean, just the most hideous, horrendous rhetoric and racism displayed in these recordings. So they've been fired.
Okay, of course, all three of them say we're not racist. Okay, so
they're stressed out, Cenk. They say that they're stressed out, that the protests have stressed them out. You know, this job is stressful, right? I mean, there are definitely days like today, for instance, where you come across stories like watching Elijah McClain in Colorado get murdered by 3 cops, right? And it's stressful, but I don't have a reaction where I want to go out and start shooting and slaughtering people. Right, I don't have that kind of commentary or that kind of urge. Anyway, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, so but I actually think that part is telling too. So remember that this is 46 minutes that they randomly caught, and so you think they're not saying this if they had caught another 46 minutes? You think others aren't saying this? Moore says, "Oh no, I see. I said that's crazy to Piner, or that we shouldn't kill all African Americans, and so I'm not racist." You know what else Moore said? He said that a Black judge was an effing Negro magistrate, and that a Black defendant that he had arrested, this woman, should quote. Let's see how this. She needed a bullet in her head right then and move on. Let's put the body out of the way and keep going. Okay, so that's the guy who says, "No, I'm the least racist of the bunch." Okay, so the reason they say they're stressed out is because they can't do these things anymore. We can't set Black people back 4 or 5 generations anymore. We can't just shoot them in the head and move on anymore. I'm so stressed out. Defund all the police. Defund them, defund them, defund them.
Thanks for watching The Young Turks. I really appreciate it. Another way to show support is through YouTube memberships. You'll get to interact with us more. There's live chat emojis, badges. You've got emojis of me, Anna, John, JR. So those are super fun. But you also get playback of our exclusive member-only shows and specials right after they air. So all of that, all you gotta do is click that join button right underneath the video. Thank you.
The former police officer, Garrett Rolfe, who fatally shot Rayshard Brooks, has now been charged felony charges, murder, and also making him the second white officer to face murder charges after violent confrontations and encounters with people on the streets who didn't need to lose their lives because of what they were doing. And so the murder charge apparently has really upset members of the Atlanta Police Department, and we're learning that many of them are calling in sick to work. Okay, so let me just give you a little context and then I'll tell you what we're hearing about when it comes to the police department. Fulton County District Attorney Paul Howard announced 11 charges against Rolfe, the officer accused of shooting Rayshard Brooks in a Wendy's parking lot Friday night. So he specifically said, we have concluded at the time Mr. Brooks was shot, that he did not pose an imminent threat of death or serious physical injury to the officer or officers. That's the reason why he's facing a murder charge. Brooks was running away and he got shot in the back twice. Now the law firm representing him, the cop, went on to say that Rolfe was actually acting in self-defense. Here's the law firm statement. Fearing for his safety and the safety of the civilians around him, Officer Rolfe dropped his taser and fired his service weapon, I like that euphemism, at the only portion of Mr. Brooks that presented to him, Mr. Brooks's back. But yeah, that happened because he was running away. That, like, when your back is presented to someone in a situation like that, you're not a threat to them. You're running away. And in the case of this shooting, Brooks was running away. We saw the video. Anyway, so again, people are not reacting well to these charges. And when I say people, I specifically mean the cops. And so Katie Shepard from the Washington Post reports that the city was left scrambling to cover absences as the Atlanta Police Department tried to tamp down rumors of a mass police walkout that spread widely on social media. So numbers about how many of them didn't show up haven't been released yet, but the police department has declined to answer questions about it. Mayor Keisha Lance Bottoms did speak to reporters about this, but did not release any specific numbers of people calling in sick and refusing to report to work. Here's what she said. We do have enough officers to cover us through the night. Our streets won't be any less safe because of the number of officers who called out. We have other partners across the metropolitan area, including assistance from the state and from the county and from other jurisdictions, so we'll be fine. And the Atlanta Police Department posted an update on Twitter, mostly denying that they're acting out in any way. They say earlier suggestions that multiple officers from each zone had walked off the job were inaccurate. The department is experiencing a higher than usual number of callouts with the incoming shift. We have enough resources to maintain operations and remain able to respond to incidents. But it's funny because the police union spokesperson spoke out and seemed to confirm that this was meant to speak out against the decision to charge the cop in the case. So as an NBC reporter tweeted, ATL Police Union spokesman Vince Champion tells me that the officers around the city are protesting the charges announced against officers Rolfe and Brosnan. He says they're walking off the job, not responding to calls unless backup is needed, and going silent on the radios.
Yeah, so let's take this one by one. Even the head of the police, not the union, but the head of the police clearly said that there are more people not coming into work. There's no question about it. So is there a walkout? Yes. Now the police union confirming, yes, we're doing a walkout on purpose. And by the way, we're going into work and not responding when someone is in grave danger. Oh, we'd let them die. We're not going to do our jobs. Why? Because our feelings are hurt. Oh, well. Number one, you should immediately be fired. I don't care why your feelings are hurt. If you're not willing to do any job, you should definitely be fired. Number two, if you're not willing to do a job where people's lives are on the line and you're choosing not to respond because, oh, my feelings were hurt, oh, I'm so sad. So I'm gonna let somebody get raped, robbed, mugged, etc. Fired immediately. It shouldn't even be close question, okay? And number three, why were your feelings hurt? Now I don't get to shoot people in the back. Is that what you're telling me? Now I gotta worry about, like, I can't just murder people and get away with it? How am I supposed to do my job? Aha. So it's not a few bad apples. All of these cops are saying that they find it outrageous that they're not allowed to shoot people in the back. So it's so outrageous that they're letting people commit crimes, presumably including murder and rape, without responding. And so the fact that they're not already fired is an unbelievable outrage. If you're not going to do your job, we should do an investigation, find out every person who did not respond to a call or had a fake sick call that when they weren't actually sick, and obviously remove them, obviously. Otherwise, don't talk to me about a few bad apples. Don't talk to me about how it's not all police and that there's nothing wrong with the culture and we just have to do tweaks. No, obviously tweaks are not enough. The entire culture of policing in this country is rotten to its core. They believe they can murder us and get away with it, and they're outraged when they can't.
I mean, they're outraged by democracy. Look, the protests, they're supposed to believe in our democratic process, and being able to go out there and demonstrate and protest, even if it's against them and their culture, is supposed to be something that they want to protect, right? I mean, I just don't understand people who claim they're pro-democracy and they celebrate the supposed freedoms we have in this country, but then they'll be the first people who speak out against these types of demonstrations and promote state-sponsored violence against citizens, right? That's essentially what this is. No one is saying that Brooks resisting arrest was okay. He should have been in custody. But there's a way to do your job as a cop that would lead to him safely being under custody, and he'll have his day in court and he'll face the consequences that way, right? The argument here is no cop should be able to just shoot and kill someone on the streets unless they pose an imminent threat to that cop. And an imminent threat means they have a lethal weapon, they have the cop in their grip, and it's a real threat. This person is gonna kill this cop, right? That is not what happened in the case involving Brooks at all. He was running away and he did not have a lethal weapon on him. And one other thing I wanna note, every once in a while, Cenk, when we do stories, I remember advice that you've given me like years and years ago, like literally a decade ago. And you said something to me that I'm glad you said, because it's always kept like my ego in check. And working in this industry, like I'll be the first to admit it, sometimes you find yourself being a little egotistical, right? But no one in any job is indispensable, no one. Everyone can be replaced, okay? So I think a big mistake that people make, including these cops, is thinking, I'm so important that I am gonna prove a point by not doing my job to prove how important I am. No one is indispensable, and they absolutely should be fired because they have a serious job to do. And if they refuse to actually protect people when they need protection, then I mean, that is the worst case of insubordination.
One last thing, think about why they assume that what they're doing is righteous. So, hey, I'm not gonna respond to calls, again, even if there's something potentially as devastating as domestic violence, child molestation, rape. I don't care. My outrage is more significant than that. And my outrage is that we were told that we could just kill people with impunity. And now you're telling us we can't. The reason they think that is because they were told that. So what I can't stand is the gaslighting from politicians in this country pretending that we don't train cops to kill civilians, to use overwhelming force and to use force not when their life is in danger, but on the off chance that they might be in any kind of danger, right? So, hey guys, better to be judged by 12 than carried out by 6. Shoot, 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 crush them, stand on their necks, shoot them in the back. That's why the cops are outraged now, because they were taught to shoot them in the back. Now, maybe they didn't say those exact words in the training, but they told them you can do anything you want to civilians. And implicit in that was, remember, the really dangerous ones are the black ones. And so that's why they now not only feel wronged, but betrayed. Because they're like, well, you told us we could do it. And now you're telling us we can't do it. They did tell them, they did tell them, they did tell them. It's in the training, it's in the culture. If you don't fix the culture of policing, everything else around the edges is just cosmetic changes.
Thanks for watching The Young Turks. Really appreciate it. Another way to show support is through YouTube memberships. You'll get to interact with us more. There's live chat emojis, badges. You've got emojis of me, Anna, John, JR. So those are super fun. But you also get playback of our exclusive member-only shows and specials right after they air. So all of that, all you gotta do is click that join button right underneath the video. Thank you.
A police officer was, well, I was gonna say was filmed, but she actually filmed herself having a little bit of a breakdown because she had pre-ordered a breakfast sandwich from McDonald's, then went to go pick it up and it was delayed. She shared her displeasure at that in a video, and the video went viral. Let's take a look at what she has to say.
They asked me to pull up because my food's not ready. It's an English muffin meal with a hash brown and coffee. And I mean, I hadn't eaten since probably about, I mean, I've been up for a very long time, but I haven't eaten in a while, so I was kind of hungry. And I'm still waiting, and I'm still waiting. And they asked me to pull up. So I pull up forward, and a girl comes out with my coffee, and just the coffee. And she hands it to me, and I have my window down. And that's all she hands me is the coffee. So I told her, I said, don't bother with the food because right now I'm too nervous to take it. It doesn't matter how many hours I've been up. It doesn't matter what I've done for anyone. Right now I'm too nervous to take a meal from McDonald's because I can't see it being made. I don't know what's going on with people nowadays, but please, just give us a break. Please just give us a break. I don't know how much more I can take. I've been in this for 15 years and I've never, ever had such anxiety about waiting for McDonald's drive-thru food. So just have a heart, and if you see an officer, just tell them thank you. Because I don't hear thank you enough anymore.
So I'm going to have a super unpopular opinion on this, and I will be dragged for it. Everyone will hate me, but I'll share it. Before I do, though, John, do you want to weigh in?
Yeah, look, when I first watched that, I wondered, is this actually a cop? Would a cop actually have filmed this and released this? And I don't know. I don't know that it's even been confirmed. Apparently, some police departments in the area that conceivably she could work for have said that she's not an officer working for them. I don't know that any department has actually claimed her yet. So I would just say, whatever our opinion is, let's bear in mind the possibility that it could come out that by tomorrow or the next day it turns out this is just a random person trying to go viral or whatever. But anyway, yeah, no, look, if you're a cop and you feel targeted and you don't feel safe ordering food, imagine how people who are worried about being killed on the streets every day of their life might feel. I would turn a little bit of that empathy outward. Honestly, I have other thoughts, but I'm curious to see, what you're going to say.
Yeah, look, the general problem, and the general problem is that there seems to be a rejection still about what the very legitimate concerns are of protesters and Black Lives Matter. Everyone who is supportive of the movement, supportive of the protests. They keep getting gaslit by police departments, the police union, previously everyone in the media. And it's frustrating because we see video after video after video after video. So much footage of people who are not an imminent threat getting shot and killed or choked out in broad daylight. And then the response is, we don't have an issue here from police in general. And so understandably, when you come across a video like that, and for the sake of this discussion, let's just assume it's real, okay? Of course, with the caveat and disclaimer that it might turn out to not even be real, but let's just say it is. When you see that kind of reaction, you know, of course, people are going to laugh at you or roll their eyes because it seems ridiculous to cry over an English muffin while police still reject the fact that there's a systemic problem in policing, a cultural problem with policing. And so, yeah, so I want to make that point. That's the most important thing to keep in mind. At the same time, though, if she's paranoid, she's obviously very paranoid. And it's not about the English muffin. I know it seems like it's about the English muffin, but she is very paranoid right now. She thinks that people are out to kill her or hurt her. She's not the only one who's like been paranoid about a fast food restaurant potentially poisoning her food. The New York Police Department had to do an investigation into Shake Shack because some of the cops within that department thought that Shake Shack poisoned them. And the investigation, of course, found that no, that's not the case. Shake Shack did absolutely nothing wrong. When I look at that video of that woman, though, I get that paranoia, right? Like when you get death threats every day, as I do, right? And especially during 2016, like 2016, my entire personality changed in like ways that I hate. And I stopped liking being out in public at all. Like I didn't, and I still am dealing with that. And I probably need to get some help for it. But like when you're constantly told, like, I'm going to find you, I'm going to send a group of men to rape you, we're going to murder you, we're going to kill you. When you see things like Cesar Sayoc sending pipe bombs to journalists who speak out against Donald Trump, you start to get paranoid, and sometimes unreasonably so. So I'm just saying, like, I get it. I get the knee-jerk reaction to immediately clown her and make her out to be like a horrible person. And absolutely, if she is a cop and that's confirmed, she should speak out about what police brutality has done to the Black community, to Black people in this country, to people in general, right? Mostly Black people, but we've seen many cases of people of all different backgrounds who have dealt with this type of brutality. Yes, she should acknowledge that. At the same time, when someone is having that kind of like breakdown, that mental health breakdown, I just personally feel uncomfortable like making fun of her, you know?
I get what you're saying.
Because we don't know her. We don't know her. And
yeah.
And
you're a good person.
Please don't hate me. Everyone's going to hate me. I just want you guys to understand where I'm coming from. I'm not justifying any of what we've been critical about when it comes to policing, but anyway, it's very easy to have like strong opinions about a video that you've come across, but I just feel like we need a little bit of compassion all around right now. And I don't know, my heart breaks when I see someone having a paranoid breakdown.
You're a progressive, and empathy is high priority in your value system. Look, I very briefly while watching it felt the same thing. I feel bad. I don't want people to feel bad or to be sad or scared. That's the natural reaction that we have. But I have to put it in context. And she's paranoid, and conceivably the solution to a problem, or for any cop, would be making their lunch at home. And I'm not saying they should have to do that, obviously. No one should mess with anyone's food. But hypothetically, that could save you from the paranoia you have. Other people are paranoid too, and the solution isn't so easy. They're being stalked on the streets. My friend Tremaine has been pulled over. He couldn't tell you how many times through the course of his life. He's never done anything wrong. And he's paranoid that every time he gets pulled over, he could end up being shot. So, and you can't just make lunch at home to solve that. And to put that video out during this, when this movement is about, can you acknowledge that Black people are being hunted down and killed in the streets? And still, during the protests, it's happening every day. It's going to read as a little bit disconnected from reality. And I would say,
for sure, yes.
Yeah, if you're a cop, like let's say she's actually a cop, and let's say she's a good person, doesn't do anything like this, which is great. Then think about why the reputation of cops has been as damaged as it has, and what could save it. What could get us back to the point where people are like, yeah, the cops, they protect and serve. That's what they do. That's what they're known for. If you want to get to that, And the message getting out there from the vast majority of at least police unions and politicians who are very closely tied to police is no reform is necessary, stop attacking cops. That is not a solution to your problems. Your paranoia is not 100%. Going to go away. The respect is not going to come back. So, you know, you can choose your path, but I would say that the path that many cops seem to be taking is not one that is going to solve their problems anytime soon.
Thanks for watching The Young Turks. Really appreciate it. Another way to show support is through YouTube memberships. You'll get to interact with us more. There's live chat emojis, badges. You've got emojis of me, Anna, John, JR. So those are super fun. But you also get playback of our exclusive member-only shows and specials right after they air. So all of that, all you gotta do is click that join button right underneath the video. Thank you.
30 states, in addition to the District of Columbia, currently have laws that legalize marijuana in some way. Most of these states have legalized the drug for medicinal purposes, but at least 8 of these states and DC have legalized weed for recreational use, meaning that people can consume marijuana purely for enjoyment purposes. Earlier this year, Pew Research found that about 6 in 10 Americans say the use of marijuana should be legalized, reflecting a steady increase over the past decade. In April of last year, a Yahoo News and Marist College survey revealed that nearly 55 million Americans used marijuana at least once or twice in the past year. Close to 35 million are what the survey calls regular users, or people who use marijuana at least once or twice a month. Considering how widespread the drug's use is and how liberal people are in their ideology toward weed, it's fascinating to see how often it's used to smear people, especially after they've been the victim of a wrongful police shooting. News broke last week indicating that Dallas cop Amber Geiger was arrested and charged with manslaughter in the shooting death of a 26-year-old black man named Botham Shem Jean. Geiger told police that she mistook Jean's apartment for her own and thought he was a burglar when she saw his silhouette. She also claims that he ignored her verbal commands, so she opened fire, firing 2 shots and killed him. Whether or not there was malicious intent in the shooting is a big debate, and it's certainly a big debate among those who are following the story. But whether it was a mistake or not, there's no question that the shooting led to a wrongful death. But as often is the case, that nuance doesn't really seem to matter to some. There's this ongoing trend of smearing victims of police shootings, and Fox 4, a local affiliate in North Texas, just provided the latest example. Fox 4 shared a tweet that included a story they published on their site with the headline indicating that marijuana was found in Jean's apartment after deadly shooting. Any reasonable person reading that would think that it automatically means that Jean was the pot user in the story, which shouldn't even matter, by the way. We'll get back to that in just a moment. But it needs to be called out that the tweet is deceptive and misleading, because if you dig just a tiny bit deeper, you'll find that there's no proof that the drug belonged to the victim in the first place.
The inventory return shows 2 fired cartridge casings, 1 laptop computer, a black backpack with police equipment and paperwork, an insulated lunchbox, 1 black ballistic vest with police markings, 10.4 grams of marijuana in Ziploc bags, 1 metal marijuana grinder, 2 keys, and 2 used packages of medical aid. Now, the document does not say where any of those items were located in the apartment or who they belong to.
Yeah, meaning that they could have belonged to Geiger. We don't know yet. Fox 4 eventually changed its misleading headline, but kept the misleading part. The new and improved version reads, quote, lawyers disgusted by the release of search warrant showing marijuana found in Botham Jean's apartment. Jesus Christ. I mean, that headline is still terrible. And while there's a note saying that the article has been updated, there's no mention of why or how, which is information that responsible journalists typically include. In a press conference responding to the smear tactics, Botham Jean's mother explained that she will not sit back and allow the investigative focus to shift from the shooter to the victim.
To have my son smeared in such a way, I think shows that there are persons who are really nasty, who are really dirty, and are going to cover up for the devil, Amber Geiger. I don't know my son to be involved in such. And I want to find out whether the toxicology reports on Amber has been released, because she was the murderer.
That's right.
I want to find out whether her apartment has been searched, whether her car has been searched, and also on the Saturday when we spoke to the Texas Ranger, he was saying that there was no reason in his mind that she ought to have been locked up.
That's right.
Jean's mother brings up several good points. Based on Geiger's own admission, she was the one who mistakenly walked into the wrong apartment, allegedly believing it was her own. She had been living in the building for more than 2 months at that point. If her account is true, why did she make that fatal mistake? Sean King also notes that Geiger keeps changing her story, which adds quite a bit of credibility to witnesses who dispute her recollection of that night. The two conflicting stories are noted in 2 different warrants related to the case. According to the Fort Worth Star-Telegram, one version of events was outlined in an affidavit, which was written by Officer David Armstrong of the Texas Ranger Division. The content of that affidavit is based on what Geiger told him. In it, she says, quote, she inserted a unique door key with an electronic chip into the door keyhole. The door, which was slightly ajar prior to Geiger's arrival, finally opened under the force of the key insertion. When she opened the door, Geiger said she saw Jean in the dark apartment. She had encountered a burglar, which was described as a large silhouette across the room in her apartment. That's when Geiger drew her firearm and gave verbal commands that were ignored by Jean. Now, again, that's according to the affidavit. In it, she also says that she fired 2 shots, with one fatally hitting Jean. However, a search warrant tells a conflicting story, alleging that an off-duty Dallas police officer who was wearing a full Dallas police uniform was attempting to enter the apartment number 1478 with a set of keys. An unknown male inside the apartment confronted the officer at the door. A neighbor stated he heard an exchange of words immediately followed by at least 2 gunshots. Again, that's according to the search warrant. While the arrest warrant describes Jean as being across the room, the search warrant says that he confronted Geiger at the door. It's not our job to investigate Geiger and her decision to shoot an innocent man in his own home. That's what investigators should be doing, rather than attempting to smear Jean with marijuana that might not belong to him in the first place. And even if it does turn out that Jean was a marijuana user, why would that possibly justify this senseless killing? We have presidents who have admitted to their own pot use, and they've done it on the record. It's not indicative of criminality, and the cops know that. It's shameful to see these tactics used time and time again by the very justice system that's supposed to be keeping us safe. You never have to miss another episode of No Filter by ringing the bell below. You'll get notified whenever we publish something new. And don't forget to join TYT and download the TYT Plus app today. Download our TYT Plus app on your iPhone or head over to tyt.com/join.
Thank you for watching us on YouTube. But did you know that if you're on the go, you can get the full show as a podcast now? You can get our morning breakdown of the most important topics facing our country, news not being covered by the mainstream media, interviews with change-making progressives, and info on what you can actually do about all this. Search for The Damage Report on your favorite podcast app and subscribe so you know when new episodes are ready to go. We talked earlier this week, Botham Shemjan is the individual who was killed inside of his own home by a Dallas police officer, Amber Geiger. We now have a few updates on that situation. Again, Amber Geiger had been arrested after a couple of days. Her name was withheld for about 48 hours. She has been arrested, is out on bail. And the story that she has been given about what happened keeps changing. Originally, she was trying to get into her own apartment, we heard. She used her key fob multiple times to try to get in. It wouldn't allow her in because it's not her apartment. And then it led to the shooting. Then it was that the door was ajar, and so she was investigating, which isn't true. But even if it were true, I could walk through an apartment complex. If a door is ajar, how is that any of my business? Doors can be left ajar. But this one wasn't. So Sean King posted a video of people inside of that apartment complex showing how the doors, like Botham Shemjohn's door actually works. Here is a video of that, and it will really get into whether these doors can be left ajar.
This is my key. This is my fob. I turn it, I open. Let me see if my door stays ajar. Nope, lies.
They cannot be left ajar. They close automatically. That's the type of door it is. So great job in having that be your second draft story on what actually happened. Something that is so easily refuted by all of the individuals living in the apartment complex where the incident happened.
Well, I'd like to know, well, I'm not like to know, because as we're hearing from some of the accounts, there was also other things being said that don't match up with her story as well. It was the banging on the door, and they heard a female voice saying, "Let me in," or to that effect. And then apparently the victim's last words being, "Why would you do this?" You know, that's they also heard. So it didn't seem much like a, hey, I don't know who this guy was, or as soon as I step in the apartment, there's something else going on. With all the holes, you can't even figure out what the reality of what really happened was.
Yeah.
If there was some dispute previous to it, if they knew each other somehow from being neighbors, and then there was some anger based off of that, you can't figure it all out. But when someone who is the perpetrator lies consistently, then we know that something fishy is going on. Why can't we can't come to that conclusion yet?
Yeah, and the need to continually change your story so much inside of just a couple of days, that should not reassure anyone about what actually happened there. But I do want to check in with NRA TV. This is a person being shot by a cop. It's always interesting to see how they're going to attempt to cover their behinds in this situation. So here is Dana Loesch. She has a very interesting theory about how this could have played out in a different hypothetical.
You know, this could have been very different if Botham Jean had been, say, he was a law-abiding gun owner and he saw somebody coming into his apartment. I don't think there's any context in that the action would have been justified. I mean, if I see somebody coming into my house and I'm not expecting them and they're walking in like they own the place, I would act to defend myself, and this could have been very differently had he actually had a firearm on him. Maybe it would be a different individual. She might be the one carried out.
Yeah, 100%, and I mean that would have made almost more sense, right?
Would have made more sense. I'm not sure that makes sense though, because what Dana Loesch is saying there is if he had been a law-abiding gun owner. By the way, notice the framing there, that to have law-abiding in your name, you have to be a gun owner. He was law-abiding. He was a law-abiding citizen inside of his own home, being harassed and then killed by a cop out of control. But no, you're not law-abiding unless you have some sort of firearm or cannon or mortar or something like that. So what he should have done is had a gun, and when this police officer started banging on his door, tried to force her way into there, he should have shot her dead. If that had happened, if that hypothetical had happened, if this black individual had killed this white female cop, how would Dana Loesch have greeted that news?
Well, we would have found out what he did in 6th grade. How many detentions he had.
What is the most threatening photo of him that has ever been taken?
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you very much for watching this clip from The Damage Report. If you liked it, don't forget to subscribe to this channel and ring the bell on YouTube to get notified of our new videos. And catch The Damage Report every weekday at 12 p.m. Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific on TYT Network on YouTube TV.